Chapter 741 The ranking competition begins. The 6-star Divine Venerable's reminder made many faces turn solemn. Indeed, the second round of the exam had only 1 month's time in total. How much time to spend on practicing the Bloodlight Blade technique? How much time to use for killing the warriors? Were indeed critical decisions to make. A heaven-reaching divine art left behind by an existence surpassing a divine venerable is likely not so easily understood. With just 1 month's time, it's very possible not even the basics of the blade technique will be comprehended. Not to mention there isn't time to devote solely to the blade technique. They must also kill warriors. Many are even more worried about the difficulty of comprehending the Bloodlight Blade technique. Heaven-reaching divine arts are created by divine venerables or powerful beings at the venerable level. Most of the true gods present are the descendants of divine venerables or venerables. They all have had the opportunity to come into contact with heaven-reaching divine arts. Because they have come into contact with them, they are quite worried. The heaven-reaching divine arts they practiced are often created by divine venerables, or just lower-tier venerables, but even those arts are already very difficult to understand. Many have spent decades, even hundreds of years, without understanding much of a set of heaven-reaching divine arts. And this Bloodlight Blade technique, being left behind by an existence surpassing venerables, Feng Luo, is obviously going to surpass both in power and difficulty the divine arts created by ordinary divine venerables and venerables. Yet, the time they are given to comprehend it is merely less than a short month, naturally causing great concern. If they cannot comprehend the Bloodlight Blade technique deeply, then entering the adventure ancient tomb will be extremely dangerous. The 6-star Divine Venerable hosting the 9 Divine Academies exam said that once inside the ancient tomb, all attack and defense measures would become ineffective, and they could only rely on the Bloodlight Blade technique for battle. If one fails in battle or if too few warriors are killed, whether or not they will pass the exam of the 9 Divine Academies becomes truly perilous. After all, out of more than 9 million people entering the second round of the exam, in the end, only the top 100,000 will advance to the third round, naturally causing many to fear they will be eliminated. Even Mo Yuan, Tianyu Bailing, and others within the crowd became solemn. They hadn't come into contact with the Bloodlight Blade technique, didn't know the difficulty of the technique, and had no idea to what extent they could practice it, which inevitably made them somewhat anxious. However, after a bout of nervousness, their expressions calmed down once again. No matter how difficult the Bloodlight Blade technique may be to practice, we all start at the same point, and my talent and understanding will definitely not lose to anyone. I want to see who can surpass my performance in the end. After pondering for a while, Tianyu Bailing's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yichun. At this moment, Yichun appeared calm, neither sad nor happy. Having come into contact with the 9 Swords of Annihilation, a heaven-reaching divine art created by the 9-star Venerable Bitter Crossing Elder, Yichun wasn't too worried about such art. At the same time, Yichun had absolute confidence in his own comprehension abilities. When he and Long Li were in the 9 Suns' ancient land's bottomless fire cave, comprehending the method of fire control together, Yichun was able to keep pace with Long Li, matching her step for step. You have to understand, Long Li's natural talent and understanding were called the first among the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom. Yichun, who could match Long Li, wasn't going to feel faint-hearted about this round of the exam. His only thought was to see for himself just how extraordinary this blade technique, left behind by an existence surpassing venerables, Feng Luo, really was. In the void, having announced all the rules of the second round of the exam and specially reminding them of some matters, the 6-star Divine Venerable finally said, "All right, the details of the exam I had to tell you about are all done. I remind you that the Bloodlight Blade technique is hidden within the blood-drinking divine blade, for character's divine pattern on the blade surface. Once I announce the start of the exam, the divine patterns will change, and you'll be able to attempt to find the Bloodlight Blade technique. Whether you can quickly locate the traces of the blade technique and enter into comprehension depends on your own abilities. At the same time, I have also opened the transmission channel that leads to the ancient tomb of the exam. After you have finished your practice, and want to enter the tomb to kill warriors, go through the teleportation array. Now, the 9 Great Divine Institute's second round of assessment, ranking competition, has officially begun. Once the 6-star Divine Venerable had finished speaking, with a fierce wave of his hand, a gigantic teleportation array suddenly appeared beside the heaven-shocking giant blade. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the over 9 million examiners at the edge of the realm, a vast ancient tomb also started to rumble and its seals began to unravel. This tremendous ancient tomb was none other than the adventure ancient tomb where the examiners, after completing their study of the bloodlight blade technique, were to enter to slay combat soldiers. At the same time, the 4 divine patterns inscribed on the heaven-shocking giant blade also began to flow and transform wildly, as if infinite spaces were beginning to manifest within the divine blade. Whoosh! As soon as the 6-star Divine Venerable announced the beginning of the assessment, all eyes turned toward the heaven-shocking giant blade. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire. With only a month for cultivation and slaughter, everyone naturally had to race against time. The bloodlight blade technique is hidden within the blood-drinking divine blade, written in divine patterns on the blade surface. Quick! Quick! I have to find the hiding place of the technique as soon as possible. Everyone began searching among these divine patterns. After searching for a while, many even started to sweat with urgency. They had been searching for a long time but couldn't find where the bloodlight blade technique was hidden, which naturally made them anxious. After all, every moment it took to discover the technique meant less time for cultivation and less time to slay combat soldiers. It meant they were falling behind. While many were frantically anxious, there were individuals who seemed to have discovered the hidden traces of the bloodlight blade technique on the divine blade and began to close their eyes for cultivation. In the crowd, Tianyu Bailing's gaze locked onto the Shun character in the blood-drinking divine blade, just a short while after the 6-star Divine Venerable announced the start of the assessment, and his eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. So, this technique is related to the Shun divine pattern and is hidden inside an independent space among these patterns. In just 35 breaths, I have found the entrance to this technique. I would like to see who can compete with me. The moment Tianyu Bailing found the hiding place of the blood-drinking divine blade, he couldn't help but glance at his rivals, especially Yi Chun. However, what he saw made his heart skip a beat. Tianyu Bailing could see that Yi Chun had already closed his eyes, as if he had entered into a state of cultivation and comprehension. How is this possible? Yi Chun found the hiding place of the blood-drinking blade technique even faster than me? Tianyu Bailing couldn't believe it. Impossible. This kid, he must be bluffing. How broad can the vision of a real god from a lower realm be? Tianyu Bailing was unwilling to believe it. At that moment, not far from Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan also began to close his eyes and cultivate. This further increased Tianyu Bailing's pressure. Without bothering to investigate whether Yi Chun had truly found the place to cultivate the blood-drinking blade technique, he hurriedly closed his eyes and began his own cultivation. What Tianyu Bailing didn't know was that not only Yi Chun, but the little provincial princess as well had entered into cultivation 20 breaths ahead of him. Merely 13 breaths after the 6-star Divine Venerable announced the start of the assessment, Yi Chun had discovered the knack to the bloodlight blade technique. Yi Chun directly shared his discovery with the little provincial princess through a whispered message. Having discovered some clues on her own, upon hearing Yi Chun's message, the little provincial princess's eyes sparkled even more brightly. Brother Yi Chun is so amazing, discovering the hidden place of the bloodlight blade technique so quickly. After giggling at Yi Chun, the little provincial princess also immersed her divine consciousness in the divine patterns, starting to comprehend the bloodlight blade technique. Chapter 742 Yi Chun makes a move. Outside the assessment area, witnessing the numerous assessors either in search of the bloodlight blade technique or already embarking on their cultivation, countless warriors observing the exam engaged in heated discussions, especially a few sovereigns, who all revealed expressions of concern. A female sovereign with good relations with the Northern Territory King even couldn't help but ask, "Northern Territory King sister, The heaven-reaching divine art left by predecessor Feng Luo is extremely challenging for true gods to cultivate, isn't it? I'm afraid in 1 month's time, they might not even be able to completely master the first and second moves of this divine art. How are they supposed to use this cultivation gap to assess them? Upon hearing the female sovereign's words, the Northern Territory king shook her head and chuckled. This bloodlight blade technique isn't hard to start with. The first move, Bloodlight 12 Strikes, is divided into 12 levels in total. Those with decent comprehension can strive to master this first move. Of course, the further one goes in this blade technique, the harder it becomes to cultivate. To truly master the subsequent Bloodlight 9 Strikes, Bloodlight 6 Strikes, and Bloodlight 3 Strikes, or even the fifth move, Bloodlight Primordial Transformation, will definitely not be easy for them. The words of the Northern Territory king caused many to stir. The first move of the Bloodlight blade technique, named Bloodlight 12 Strikes, is actually divided into 12 levels. It seems that to distinguish a ranking within 1 month, it is very likely that the contenders will compete based on this first move. What these people didn't know was that after finishing her statement, the Northern Territory king's gaze fell upon Yi Chun, who was amidst his assessment. The Northern Territory king murmured to herself, mastering Bloodlight 12 Strikes might secure a decent ranking in this assessment. Reaching Bloodlight 9 Strikes may even allow for a shot at first place in the second round of the ranking competition. However, for Yi Chun, that is far from enough. After all, predecessor Feng Luo once said that to access his legacy, one must cultivate at least to the third move of the Bloodlight blade technique, Bloodlight 6 Strikes. It's anybody's guess whether Yi Chun can reach the third move of the Bloodlight blade technique in merely 1 month, let alone whether he will choose to enter the ancient tomb to battle the warriors instead of focusing his utmost efforts on cultivation. Though concerned, the Northern Territory king would certainly not voice a reminder to Yi Chun. Because Sovereign Feng Luo had once told her sister that when such an opportunity truly presents itself, no one should interfere, or else the chance may vanish. Let's see. Let's see how Yi Chun divides his 1 month between cultivation and battling the warriors. In the end, the Northern Territory king could only suppress her thoughts and turned her attention back to Yi Chun in the light screen. 1 month's time may seem long for many, but for martial cultivators, it is extremely brief. As time passed steadily, more and more assessors gradually found the way to cultivate and began their practice. And on the 8th day, finally, the first assessor stood up from his cultivation and stepped into the teleportation array, transporting into the assessment ancient tomb to start his battle against the warriors. Only the 8th day and this true god is already going to fight the warriors? I wonder to what level he has cultivated the Bloodlight blade technique, and how many warriors he can defeat? As the first person commenced, the warriors outside watching the assessment grew excited. They saw that once someone began killing the warriors, the 6-star sovereign conducting the assessment for the 9 Divine Kingdoms academies waved his hand mightily. A massive ranking light screen suddenly appeared in the void beside the ancient tomb. Clearly, this light screen was about to start recording the assessment scores. As the first person finished cultivating and entered the ancient tomb to battle the warriors, with the passage of time, one after another, the other contenders could not hold back any longer and stood up. This Bloodlight blade technique gets harder to comprehend the further one goes. I've managed to grasp the first level of the Bloodlight blade technique, up to the 5th killing blade, but I haven't made the slightest breakthrough in the last few days. I can't wait any longer. If I keep waiting, I'll have even less time to kill the warriors. After weighing their options, some assessors darted straight into the transmission light formation and into the ancient tomb. In just 10 days, I've mastered the Bloodlight 12 Strikes up to the 8th killing blade. That should be the best I can do in the shortest time. For the remaining time, let the battle begin. There were also assessors who, after standing up, confidently entered the ancient tomb to start the second phase of battling the warriors. The choices were different, the progress varied, and naturally, the actions of killing the warriors also differed. Boom! 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 On the 15th day, while a large number of people were still cultivating, There were already individuals who had entered the ancient tomb to battle the warriors and were directly eliminated. Someone has come out. Others are still cultivating, and this person has already completed the second round of the assessment. My goodness, I wonder how many warriors he has killed and how many assessment points he has scored. Countless people looked towards the first assessor emerging from the ancient tomb. Looking pale after being eliminated from the ancient tomb, his protective talisman flew directly towards the ranking light screen beside the tomb. Finally, a divine light flashed intensely on the screen, and the assessor's score was promptly displayed. Assessor Liao Luo, from the Southern Territory Warriors of the Divine Kingdom, killed 1,098 one-star warriors, 32-star warriors. Final assessment score is 1,398 points. 1,398 points. Upon seeing this score, many of the warriors watching the assessment were taken aback. This score might not be so good, I'm afraid. Find your adventure at my virtual library empire. Of course, it still depends on the results of the others. After this assessor's score was revealed, one by one, those who entered the ancient tomb were also continuously eliminated. Their scores also appeared one after another. Situ Shenkong, Northern Region Warrior of the Divine Kingdom, killed 1,961 star warriors, 63 two-star warriors. Final assessment score is 2,590 points. Xian Ling, Western Territory of the Divine Kingdom. Final assessment score is 1,447 points. As soon as an assessor emerged, countless gazes immediately turned to the ranking screen. Gradually, more and more names appeared on the ranking screen, attracting the attention of the vast majority. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "My God, so many people have already started killing the warrior soldiers, and quite a number have finished killing the warrior soldiers. Their scores are out, and there are still people training." Now, 20 days had passed, and in the training area under the giant heaven-reaching divine sword, the number of people had dwindled to just a few thousand. Among the crowd, Yi Chun, the little provincial princess, Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and those 10 true goddess warriors from Divine Miao Peak were still in the midst of training. The most promising assessors are all still training. Oh my! When will they go and kill the warrior soldiers? There's not much time left. When the second round of assessments reached the 23rd day. Whoosh! 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 As if by agreement, 3 or 4 people stood up at the same time. Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and 2 of the true goddess warriors from Divine Miao Peak were among them. There are only 7 days left. We must go kill the warrior soldiers now. As soon as Tianyu Bailing stood up, she looked towards the other warriors in training. However, her eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. Yi Chun is still training? Humph, I want to see how much longer he will train. Remember, there are only 7 days left to kill the warrior soldiers. Tianyu Bailing and the others did not hesitate, directly flying into the transmission light formation and entering the ancient tomb. When the second round of assessments reached the 25th day, there were only a handful of people left in the training area. The little provincial princess and the true goddess warriors from Divine Miao Peak stood up, one after another. With only 5 days left, why is Brother Yi Chun still training? How much time does he plan to leave for killing the warrior soldiers? The little provincial princess looked at Yi Chun and even felt some concern. However, she didn't dare disturb Yi Chun's training and believed in her heart that her brother Yi Chun must have a plan for how to allocate his time. This Yi Chun, he's been training longer than all of us? The true goddess warriors from Divine Miao Peak also looked at Yi Chun with curiosity. In the end, they and the little provincial princess all flew into the transmission light formation, entering the ancient tomb to start killing the warrior soldiers. When the second round of assessments reached the 27th day. In the training area, only Yi Chun was left. Meanwhile, in the other part of the ancient tomb area, even millions of people had already finished killing the warrior soldiers and left. Millions of people's scores came out one after another, and Yi Chun had not even started killing the warrior soldiers yet. This, of course, made numerous people following Yi Chun's progress extremely anxious. My God! How long does Yi Chun plan to train? There's really not much time left. Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and those people have been killing warrior soldiers for several days. He's fallen too far behind. If he continues to lag, the likelihood of catching up is very low, especially since the likes of Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan are not so easily eliminated by warrior soldiers. Many people's foreheads furrowed with concern. There are only 3 days left. Yi Chun must stand up to kill the warrior soldiers. As the last 3 days approached, many observers thought to themselves. Yet that day, Yi Chun remained as unshakable as Mount Tai, not moving an inch. With only 2 days left, Yi Chun still hasn't made a move and is still training? When there were only 2 days left in the second round of assessments, many couldn't restrain themselves and stood up from among the spectators. Could it be that Yi Chun has given up on the second round of assessments? With only 2 days left, no matter how fast he kills, he can't catch up to those who have been killing warrior soldiers for many days. Besides, how much can he possibly improve in the last few days? As the last day arrived, many even began to inwardly admire Yi Chun. If it were them, amidst such intense competition, they simply couldn't calm their minds to train for such a long period without taking any action. It's the last day. Surely, Yi Chun can't go on without killing the warrior soldiers. Amidst countless discussions with a boom, Yi Chun, who had been seated with his eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, Yi Chun directly flew into the transmission light formation. Yi Chun had moved. With only the last day remaining, Yi Chun finally began his action to kill the warrior soldiers. But, was it too late? Chapter 743, Results Announcement. When Yi Chun finally took action, many spectators of the ancient battlefield's assessment couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, for reasons unknown. This young lad, Yi Chun, has finally started to make his move. I thought he had given up on the competition altogether. Many people chuckled and shook their heads. However, with only the last day left, even if he cultivates for a few more days than the others, with heaven-reaching divine art, those few extra days of cultivation won't enable him to comprehend it to any significant depth. But under these circumstances, he has far fewer days to kill the warrior soldiers than the others, which is a considerable disadvantage. If it were me, I would cultivate for at most 20 days and spend the rest of the time killing warrior soldiers. Many more were worried about Yi Chun's assessment performance. Yi Chun must have his reasons for choosing this way. Perhaps he has reached a critical period in his cultivation and couldn't stop, which is why he spent so much time on it. Some pondered the reasons for Yi Chun's prolonged cultivation. However, virtually everyone had little hope for Yi Chun's final results in the second round of the assessment. They even doubted that Yi Chun could make it into the top 100 of the rankings. After all, everyone relied on the bloodlight blade technique to kill the warrior soldiers and accumulate their scores, and the time Yi Chun had left to do so was far too short. In the crowd, the leader of Divine Dragon Mountain, Qin Yuntian, kept shifting his gaze restlessly. 100 of his top true god disciples had already been eliminated by Yi Chun in the first round of the knockout. With the remaining people, Qin Yuntian had lost hope for them achieving good results. Qin Yuntian's biggest hope was for Yi Chun to encounter problems during the assessment. Now, seeing Yi Chun act only on the last day, a flicker of excitement arose in his heart. Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan set off 6 days earlier than Yi Chun to kill the warrior soldiers. Both of them are absolute geniuses of the divine kingdom. With Yi Chun already having slim hopes of surpassing them, he now has 6 fewer days to kill warrior soldiers. I want to see just how far behind Yi Chun will be left in the end. Qin Yuntian was convinced in his heart that Yi Chun would definitely fall far behind Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan. After all, Qin Yuntian knew that even if Yi Chun cultivated 6 days more than the two of them, it wouldn't make much difference. But by being 6 days behind in killing warrior soldiers, Yi Chun would undoubtedly kill far fewer of them than Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan. High up in the void, even Sovereign Xuechen couldn't help but frown upon seeing Yi Chun taking action only on the last day.
Yi Chun.
He's acted too late. He should have left at least 3 days to kill warrior soldiers. 1 day is simply not enough. Even if he kills warrior soldiers without stopping for a full day, he won't catch up. Unless he can kill higher-level warrior soldiers. But with only a month's cultivation time, the blade technique he has comprehended is unlikely to surpass others by much. It seems that this round will set Yi Chen back. Sovereign Xuechen heaved a sigh. What nobody knew was that, at that moment, the Northern Territory King beside Sovereign Xuechen was already extremely excited.
Yi Chen.
He has come into contact with the legacy of the predecessor Feng Luo. In less than a month's time, has he really cultivated the third form of the Bloodlight blade technique, Bloodlight 6 kills? The reason why the Northern Territory King was so excited was because, when Yi Chen stood up and flew into the transmission light formation to enter the ancient tomb to kill the warrior soldiers, a voice simultaneously transmitted to the Northern Territory King from the astonishing giant blade. The voice declared, "The inheritance has been activated. The successor Yi Chen has entered the evaluation period. Inside the ancient tomb, explore more stories with my virtual library empire." Tianyu Bailing was in the midst of being besieged by a large group of warrior soldiers. Yet, at that moment, Tianyu Bailing showed no signs of disarray, but instead had an extremely excited expression on her face. Boom! 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 With a flicker of divine light in Tianyu Bailing's hand, countless blade shadows emerged, which directly slaughtered the entire group of warrior soldiers into a cloud of dust. 7 days, a full 7 days, I've been killing warrior soldiers. Moreover, the level of warrior soldiers I've killed has even reached that of 3-starred warrior soldiers. Without any breaks, I've been consistently slaying warrior soldiers. I'd like to see who could surpass me now. Boom! With her spirits high, Tianyu Bailing swept her divine gaze and charged towards another large group of warrior soldiers. Kill! 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 Without stopping, she slew them. Up until the last moment, she wouldn't relent. With each additional warrior soldier she killed, her assessment points would increase, and she would naturally give it her all. Only when a divine light finally enveloped her, transporting her out of the ancient tomb, did Tianyu Bailing finally cease. Tianyu Bailing knew that the entire month of the assessment had come to an end. The time for slaying the combat soldiers had finally ended. Arriving outside the ancient tomb, Tianyu Bailing's gaze immediately turned towards the others, searching for his challenger. Then, Tianyu Bailing saw Mo Yuan, saw Yi Chen. When he saw Yi Chen's utterly calm appearance, Tianyu Bailing's eyes flashed, and then he heard many people discussing. It's said that Yi Chen only entered the ancient tomb on the last day, killing combat soldiers for just 1 day. What a pity! What a pity! Yi Chen is probably going to fall behind this time. Hearing that Yi Chen only killed for 1 day, Tianyu Bailing's heart started pounding. Having witnessed Yi Chen in action during the first round of eliminations, he had already regarded Yi Chen as his greatest opponent. Initially, he had been worried that Yi Chen's second-round performance would be quite good. But when he heard that Yi Chen had only killed for 1 day, Tianyu Bailing completely relaxed. Just 1 day? Tianyu Bailing knew that, even if Yi Chen turned the world upside down, he couldn't surpass him. I'm really looking forward to the moment the results are revealed. Tianyu Bailing's gaze turned towards the ranking screen, filled with immense anticipation. Brother Yi Chen. As soon as Yi Chen emerged from the ancient tomb, the little provincial princess, who had been teleported out almost simultaneously with him, spotted him at first glance and rushed towards him. Brother Yi Chen, when I last set off, you were still cultivating. How long did you cultivate for, and when did you start killing the combat soldiers? The little provincial princess asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and gently patted the little provincial princess's head, saying, I only took action on the last day. The last day? The little provincial princess's rosy little mouth was so shocked that she could hardly close it. Brother Yi Chen, if you only have 1 day to kill the combat soldiers, it won't be easy to accumulate a high score. What should we do, Brother Yi Chen? The little provincial princess was aware that if Yi Chen failed to complete the requirement of securing the first rank in the assessment by the 9 Divine Kingdoms academies, he would be imprisoned by Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King for 10,000 years. Of course, Yi Chen's poor assessment performance was a cause for concern for the little provincial princess. Seeing the little provincial princess's furrowed brows, Yi Chen simply smiled. "It's okay. Don't worry. My results this time should be quite good." Although the results were not yet announced, Yi Chen's eyes were clear and brimming with absolute confidence. After all, while others didn't know, Yi Chen was aware of his assessment process. Thinking back to the 23rd day of his cultivation when he suddenly heard a voice in his ear, Yi Chen still felt it was unbelievable. The blood-drinking divine blade actually contained a hidden inheritance? I can't believe that by practicing the bloodlight blade technique to the 3rd level, I actually tapped into that inheritance. However, the inheritance was probably correct. It led me to the 4th level of the ancient tomb to kill combat soldiers. The 4th level of the ancient tomb, it's indeed quite suitable for me. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Seeing Yi Chen's unworried expression, the little provincial princess blinked her eyes. She was just about to ask Yi Chen some more questions when the 6-star sovereign, who was overseeing the academy's assessments, had already flown into the void and began to speak. This 6-star sovereign pointed towards the ranking screen in the heavens above and announced, "The 2nd round ranking competition has ended. 8,663,000 people were eliminated from the ancient tomb before the end of the assessment, and their scores are set. Right now, only 100,000 names remain on the ranking screen, the current top 100,000. Of course, these top 100,000 are not the final standings. After the scores of the more than 490,000 people who lasted until the 30-day deadline are recorded, those who were teleported out of the tomb will be the final top 100,000 qualified to enter the 3rd round of the assessment. Now, let's record the final scores." Boom! As the 6-star sovereign declared the recording of all results, countless examinees, as well as warriors observing from outside, all felt their hearts pound. Of course, many also looked at the results on the screen with despair. These were the people ranked below 100,000 as well as those at the very end of the top 100,000. Currently situated at the end of the top 100,000, they knew that once all the remaining results were tallied, they would surely be squeezed out. The final tally of results will be conducted according to your assessment points, in order. Of the last more than 490,000 whose scores have not been recorded, only the top 100 will remain. The rest will have their scores directly entered into the ranking screen, announced the 6-star sovereign. As soon as the 6-star sovereign's words finished, whoosh 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 numerous sounds echoed through the air. In sight, countless protective talismans flew from the hands of the examinees into the ranking screen. Suddenly, the entire ranking on the screen underwent a massive change. After a flurry of divine light, the standings were finally settled. At that moment, no one cared to look at the ranking screen any longer, because they realized, from what the 6-star sovereign overseeing the assessment suggested, that the strongest top 100 scores were not yet entered. At this moment, the person ranked first on the ranking screen was someone who had just come out of the ancient tomb. His score was already ranked first, and the even stronger top 100 scores had yet to be entered. This clearly indicated that the real top 100 still held their protective talismans in hand. At this time, innumerable gazes shifted directly towards Yi Chen. When they saw that Yi Chen's protective talisman hadn't moved at all and hadn't flown towards the ranking screen, meaning Yi Chen was also among the top 100, many people were so astonished they nearly leaped up. How is this possible? Yi Chen only killed for 1 day, yet he has stormed into the top 100. All who knew Yi Chen had cultivated up to the last day before entering the tomb to kill combat soldiers were completely in disbelief. Chapter 744 Tianyu Bailing's Despair. Yi Chen actually made it into the top 100? Outside the ancient battlefield, East Territory King Qin Yuntian saw that the protective talisman in Yi Chen's hands had not moved, and his face suddenly darkened. He must have killed warriors of higher ranks, raising his assessment points, I imagine. Through previous score records, Qin Yuntian knew that the warriors in the 2nd round of the ancient tombs were divided into many levels. Killing a 1-star warrior would only earn 1 assessment point, but killing a 2-star warrior could gain 10 points, and killing a 3-star warrior could even earn 100 points. Yi Chun managed to break into the top 100 in just one day, meaning he certainly couldn't have accumulated such a score by killing only one-star warriors. Qin Yuntian speculated that Yi Chun must have achieved his rank by killing 3-star warriors. Humph. But what does breaking into the top 100 mean? If he can kill 3-star warriors, Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan can certainly kill 3-star warriors as well. Besides, they have had 6 more days to kill than Yi Chun. Even if Yi Chun has entered the top 100, he will be left far behind by Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan. Qin Yuntian thought to himself. Outside the ancient tomb in the contenders area, when Tianyu Bailing saw that Yi Chun still held his body-protecting talisman, he was also stunned. But soon after, he shook his head and chuckled. If Yi Chun hadn't made it into the top 100, it would have been quite disappointing. Of course, my performance will ultimately leave him in despair. Tianyu Bailing touched the protective talisman in his hand, full of absolute confidence. Next, the 100th place's score will be announced. Amid the buzz of the crowd, the 6-star sovereign presiding over the 9 Great Divine Institute's assessments once again spread his voice far and wide, and suddenly a law tablet appeared in his hand, the very gold law tablet that had previously activated numerous protective talismans. The 6-star sovereign, holding the golden law tablet, gave it a slight shake, and immediately, a protective talisman flew out from the crowd. It's from Luo Mayor of the Divine Kingdom's northern region. She indeed has exceptional comprehension, being the 100th in this second round of competition. When they saw that the owner of this protective talisman was a girl in green clothes, many people buzzed with discussion. Boom! The moment Luo Mayor's protective talisman flew into the ranking light screen, it immediately occupied the first spot. The ranking light screen read, Luo Mayor, martial artist of the Divine Kingdom's northern region, has killed 698 2-star warriors and 123 3-star warriors. Her final assessment score is 19,280 points. When the crowd saw that Luo Mayor had killed as many as 123 3-star warriors, many martial artists' faces drastically changed. My God, Luo Mayor actually killed as many as 123 3-star warriors. I was eliminated because I entered the 3rd layer of the ancient tomb to kill 3-star warriors, and was directly ousted by 2 3-star warriors. Indeed, 3-star warriors are very difficult to deal with. I've trained the Bloodlight Blade technique to the first style's 9th killing blade, and still never killed one. What's the 9th killing blade? I've trained the Bloodlight Blade technique to the first style's 11th killing blade, and still never killed a 3-star warrior. Luo Mayor being able to kill so many 3-star warriors probably means she has fully mastered the first style of the Bloodlight Blade technique, and has entered into the realm of the 2nd style. The 2nd style of the Bloodlight Blade technique? My God, she grasped the 2nd style of the Bloodlight Blade technique in less than a month? So powerful. Too powerful. No wonder she made it into the top 100. The contenders, having personally gone through the process of cultivation and warrior slaying, of course knew the difficulty of the task. Luo Mayor, the girl in green within the crowd, saw that she had successfully become the 100th in the 2nd round of assessments and smiled. This score should also be quite good. I'll need to try a little harder later on in hopes to enter the Supreme Divine Institute of my dreams. She cheered herself on. Let's see who else ranks behind me. I'm curious to know, who will be the first in this 2nd round of assessments? Having her score announced, Luo Mayor felt relieved and, as a spectator, continued to look down the list. At that moment, the 6-star sovereign presiding over the assessments announced, next, the 99th place's score will be announced. 99th place, 98th place, 53rd place, 52nd place. Gradually, as scores were announced one by one, fewer and fewer people in the field had their results revealed. When the ranking reached the 10th place, the 10th place's assessment points had climbed to an astonishing 48,600 points. And what surprised countless people in the field even more was that they still hadn't seen Yi Chun's score announced. My God, has Yi Chun actually made it into the top 10? He's only been killing warriors for one day, and he's made it into the top 10? How is that possible? At this moment, countless people were unsettled. Even Tianyu Bailing, who had appeared utterly relaxed with his score also yet to be announced, started to feel uneasy. And outside the field, countless divine beings and sovereigns were likewise completely taken aback. They originally didn't have high hopes for Yi Chun. After all, he had only spent one day killing warriors. But now Yi Chun had clearly broken into the top 10, which of course came as a huge surprise to them. Could it be that Yi Chun has killed many 3-star warriors? Or perhaps, he killed a 4-star warrior? Killing a 4-star warrior? That seems unlikely. Judging by the rankings, it seems that in order to kill a 4-star warrior, one must have mastered the Bloodlight Blade technique to the 3rd style within just 1 month, surpassing the celestial arts left by a sovereign being? That's simply impossible. In the crowd, the one with the ugliest expression was Qin Yuntian. He suddenly had a premonition that this youth, Yi Chun, with whom he had grievances, might just create another miracle. At this moment, the East Territory King, Mu Ling Mu Shao, Lin Shaowan, and others who cared about Yi Chun finally felt relieved. Originally, seeing Yi Chun acting only on the last day, they were worried about his results. But now, with Yi Chun having broken into the top 10, he had definitely proved himself, and of course they were greatly relieved. Even if Yi Chun could not take first place, this was only the 2nd round of assessment, and they all believed that Yi Chun could certainly surpass in the 3rd and 4th rounds to vie for the final first place. Inside the 2nd ancient battlefield, by the side of an ancient tomb. When the results for the top 10 were announced, all eyes converged on the last 10 martial artists whose scores were yet to be revealed. At this time, the 6-star honorable host announced the score for the 9th place. Boom! At the center of the arena, a true god girl from Divine Miao Peak's protective talisman suddenly began to move. This true god girl was surprisingly one of the 2 little Lolas among the 10 true god girls of Divine Miao Peak who had only survived 4 tribulations. Lan Linger, a martial artist from the Southern Territory Divine Kingdom, killed 0 1-star war soldiers, killed 0 2-star war soldiers, killed 643 3-star war soldiers. The final assessment score, 64,300 points. Although this little lowly was of a lower true god realm, because everyone in the 2nd round of assessment could only rely on the Bloodlight Blade technique, they had comprehended to kill the war soldiers without depending on realm strength. Breaking into the 9th place showed that this little lowly's comprehension was exceptional. Seeing her score announced, the little lowly Lan Linger was thrilled and blinked excitedly. The 10 girls from Divine Miao Peak who came together still had 2 whose scores were not announced, and she was very excited about possibly breaking into the top 3 of Divine Miao Peak. Announced the 8th place score. The 8th place was taken by a martial artist from the Western Territory of the Divine Kingdom. The 7th place went to another girl from Divine Miao Peak. The 6th place fell into the hands of the little provincial princess. Only got 6th place. The little provincial princess pouted in dissatisfaction. What a pity I've cultivated for too long, and there was little time left for killing war soldiers. Otherwise, I could have ranked even higher. However, seeing that Yi Chen's rank was still unpublished, the little provincial princess's eyes brightened again. She only wished to join the Supreme Divine Institute this time, not really aiming to take first place. After all, she was still very young. The only thing the little provincial princess was hoping for was that her brother Yi Chun would score well. At this point, Yi Chen's score remained unpublished, and naturally, she was full of anticipation. Following the little provincial princess, the 5th place went to a young man from the Northern Territory of the Divine Kingdom. The center of the arena was now left with only Yi Chun, Mo Yuan, Tianyu Bailing, and 1 girl from Divine Miao Peak whose scores had not been announced. At this time, Tianyu Bailing was also breaking out in a cold sweat. With the scores in the arena reaching this point, where everyone else had also killed 3-star war soldiers, he had no advantage whatsoever. No, in the last 7 days, I've been focused solely on killing 3-star war soldiers without any rest. My score must be the best. Tianyu Bailing roared in his heart. But to his sudden shock, his expression darkened the next moment. Because, as the 6-star honorable host announced the 4th place score, Tianyu Bailing was horrified to find his body-protecting talisman moving. The moving of the body-protecting talisman signified that he was the fourth place. Tianyu Bailing had been hoping his body-protecting talisman would be the last to move, but unexpectedly, not only was he not the last, there were still 3 people who had outperformed him. My score only 4th place? How could this be? Tianyu Bailing looked at the score of 89,600 points on the screen for his assessment and turned his eyes toward the remaining 3. Looking at Mo Yuan, the girl from Divine Miao Peak, and Yi Chun, unable to stay calm. It's acceptable that Mo Yuan surpassed me, but how did that girl become so strong as well? And Yi Chun, didn't he only kill war soldiers for 1 day? How could he surpass me? While Tianyu Bailing was reluctant to believe it, the 3rd place score was also announced. And the 3rd place was actually the hot favorite for the championship, Mo Yuan. Seeing that even Mo Yuan was only 3rd, all eyes gathered on the last remaining girl from Divine Miao Peak and Yi Chun. No one expected that the ever-mysterious Divine Miao Peak would once again produce a formidable girl. Even more so, nobody thought that Yi Chun, who had only been killing war soldiers for 1 day, could actually make it to the end. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. At this time, the girl from Divine Miao Peak was also curiously looking towards Yi Chun. And Yi Chun was looking at this girl as well. Yi Chun knew that if this girl had made it to the final moment, she might very well be the strongest individual from Divine Miao Peak this time. If she truly was the strongest individual, then the item given to him by the old man suffering to pass on to Divine Miao Peak's descendants might very well have to be given to this girl. While Yi Chun and the girl from Divine Miao Peak were sizing each other up, the honorable host finally began to announce the score for the 2nd place. It's down to Yi Chun and Sister Xuaningning remaining. Who will be the first? Sister Ningning is the strongest one we Divine Miao Peak brought this time. Also hailed as a peerless prodigy seen once in 100,000 years in our peak. Could Yi Chun actually surpass Sister Ningning? The other 9 true god girls from Divine Miao Peak had their attention fully on Yi Chun and Xuaningning. The next moment, they saw Xuaningning's body-protecting talisman move. Xuaningning is 2nd place. This made everyone jump to their feet. This obviously meant that the only one in the arena whose score had not been announced, Yi Chun, was the winner of the 2nd round of assessment. Chapter 745- Astonishing Results. Boom! When Xuaningning's body-protecting talisman flew up, it landed directly onto the ranking light screen, revealing her score. Xuaningning, warrior from Southern Territory Divine Kingdom, killed 0 1-star warriors, killed 0 2-star warriors, killed 1,239 3-star warriors. Her final assessment score, 123,900 points. 123,900 points was the first score to surpass 100,000 points. However, at this moment, no one cared to look at Xuaningning or her score anymore, as all eyes, even Xuaningning's own gaze, were focused on Yi Chun. Because Xuaningning ranked 2nd, the only one left whose score hadn't been announced was Yi Chun's. Clearly, this meant Yi Chun had taken the 1st place in the 2nd round of the assessment. 1st place, of course, attracted everyone's attention. Yi Chun is 1st? How is that possible? He only entered the ancient tomb to kill warriors on the last day, spending so many fewer days killing warriors than the others. How could he still overtake them and take 1st place? Countless watching warriors simply couldn't believe it. They had witnessed Yi Chun's cultivation and assessment process, and naturally, they found it inconceivable that Yi Chun, having killed warriors for only 1 day, ranked 1st. Among the assessors, Tianyu Bailing felt as if his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets. He originally wanted to use the assessment results to scorn Yi Chun thoroughly. Instead, he ranked 4th. 3 others ranked ahead of him, and what was more special, Yi Chun, who he originally wanted to scorn, actually ranked 1st. Slap in the face. Tianyu Bailing felt a burning pain on his face. Luckily, he hadn't directly challenged Yi Chun, or else, as the loser now, he would probably be looking for a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, Mo Yuan, who ranked 3rd, was also shaken. Yi Chun is 1st? Xuaningning is stronger than me, killing more than 1,000 warriors to obtain 2nd place. So Yi Chun killed even more warriors than her? No, that's impossible. Yi Chen only had 1 day to kill warriors. Claiming he killed more than 1,000 in a day is simply not possible. Then there's only one possibility. Yi Chen wasn't killing 3-star warriors, but 4-star warriors instead. At the thought of 4-star warriors, a gleam flashed in Mo Yuan's eyes. After entering the ancient tomb for the assessment, Mo Yuan also tried to kill 4-star warriors, but he wasn't even a match for the moves of a 4-star warrior. If it weren't for his quick reaction and speedy retreat from the 4th layer of the ancient tomb where the 4-star warriors were, he would have been killed and eliminated by a 4-star warrior already. Having confronted 4-star warriors, Mo Yuan was well aware of their formidable strength. Mo Yuan knew that probably only by cultivating the Bloodlight Blade technique to the 3rd move, and deeply understanding that move, could one hope to kill a 4-star warrior. And if Yi Chen really took first place by killing 4-star warriors, it clearly meant he could not only handle one 4-star warrior but many of them in order to surpass Xuanningning's score. In that case, it would require Yi Chen to have an extremely deep understanding of the 3rd move of the Bloodlight Blade technique. 1 month's time, to comprehend heaven-reaching divine art, a technique left by being surpassing the divine venerable, to the 3rd move, that was not only unimaginable for Mo Yuan but also unbelievable for countless true gods across the divine kingdoms. Keep in mind, the warriors participating in the assessment for the 9 major divine institutes are already extraordinarily powerful true gods within the divine kingdoms. Even so, out of more than 90,000 true gods, not a single one could comprehend the Bloodlight Blade technique to the 3rd move. Mo Yuan was impatient to see Yi Chen's score, to see if Yi Chen truly had the capability to kill 4-star warriors, to see if he truly had become the only one in the field who could take down a 4-star warrior. It wasn't just Mo Yuan who wanted to see Yi Chen's score. The 10 true god maidens of divine Miao Peak, the little princess, and countless others had long fixed their gaze on Yi Chen, already eager to see Yi Chen's final points. And the 6-star divine venerable who presided over the assessment, as if sensing everyone's eagerness, finally announced, "Next, the score of the 1 ranked first will be announced." Boom! As the 6-star venerable was speaking, his golden talisman moved, and the only protective talisman in the arena that had not recorded a score yet, Yi Chen's, finally activated. Yi Chen, he's really number 1. Boom! Once Yi Chen's protective talisman was set in motion, it flew straight towards the ranking light screen. With a swoosh, a line of score text appeared at the very top of the ranking light screen. Yi Chen's score, now occupying the 1st place, directly pushed everyone else's scores down by 1 rank. All eyes turned to look at Yi Chen's score. Yi Chen, a martial artist from the lower planes of the Divine Kingdom. When they saw that Yi Chen came from a lower plane and had set such an incredible record, many true gods from the lower planes were greatly stirred. These true gods had come from the lower planes to compete with those of the Divine Kingdom, and they had always felt psychologically inferior, even somewhat fearful of the true gods from the Divine Kingdom. But now, Yi Chen's score served as a mighty inspiration to them. The martial artists from their lower planes were not inferior to those from the Divine Kingdom at all. Yi Chen, from their lower planes, had even seized the 1st place among all the martial artists from the Divine Kingdom. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire. Numerous lower plane true gods looked at Yi Chen with eyes filled with admiration. They even began to see Yi Chen as the goal for their future martial arts cultivation. Meanwhile, the countless divine venerables and lords spectating outside the arena sighed deeply after seeing that Yi Chen came from a lower plane. For warriors from the lower planes to make their way into the Divine Kingdom, it is indeed no small feat. Those divine kings who have risen from the lower planes are also each quite extraordinary. However, even though they're extraordinary, to rise in the large domain of the Divine Kingdom, they still have to expend countless efforts. Many divine kings from the lower planes, even after cultivating to the level of heavenly divine venerable and immortal divine venerable and even lord, only then begin to shine brightly in the Divine Kingdom. Someone like Yi Chen, who has stormed into the Divine Kingdom as a true god and accomplished such great feats, can be said to be one in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. In the records of the Divine Kingdom, Those who have achieved such miracles in the past and did not fall in their cultivation later became legends across the entire divine kingdom, becoming existences that transcended the lords. I wonder if Yi Chun can grow to that extent. Amidst these emotional exclamations, all eyes once again moved to look beyond Yi Chen's score. Everyone saw that behind Yi Chen's name and origin, it was recorded that Yi Chen had killed 0 1-star warriors, 0 2-star warriors, and also 0 3-star warriors. Seeing that even the 3-star warriors were listed as 0 slain, everyone sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. Yi Chun hadn't killed any 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star warriors. This evidently meant that Yi Chun had indeed killed 4-star warriors. Whoosh! All eyes turned to look at the end of the list. And astonishingly, everyone saw that at the very end of the first line on the ranking light screen, it was written that Yi Chun had killed 359 4-star warriors. Killing one 1-star warrior would grant 1 assessment score. Killing a 2-star warrior would grant 10 assessment scores. Killing a 3-star warrior would grant 100 assessment scores. And for killing a 4-star warrior, one would receive 1,000 assessment scores. Yi Chun, having killed 359 4-star warriors, had attained a final assessment score of 359,000 points. Yi Chun not only killed 4-star warriors but also killed as many as 359 of them. This was simply unimaginable. Keep in mind that even a genius like Tianyu Bailing's Mo Yuan, who killed warriors weaker than 4-star warriors, did not average 300 kills a day. Yi Chun had only spent 1 day killing warriors, and not only were the warriors he killed powerful to the level of 4 stars, but the number he killed was also so terrifying. 359,000 assessment points. That exceeded the second-ranked Xuanning by as much as 235,100 points. Chapter 746 Wind Origin Tower. Dead silence. As they saw the rows of scores on the ranking screen, especially the score of the number 1 ranked Yi Chun, a fleeting moment of dead silence enveloped the entire examination realm, inside and out. And after that brief moment, a buzzing explosion of sound filled the examination realm as everyone began to discuss animatedly. The 9 Great Divine Academies assessment was divided into 4 rounds. The first round, a major elimination, did not record scores. As long as one passed through smoothly, that was enough. At that time, Yi Chun, as the first among more than 50 million true gods to pass the major elimination round and eliminate 100 powerful true gods from Divine Dragon Mountain, conquered countless people. The second round's ranking match, where the assessment ranking began, was even more crucial. No one expected that Yi Chun, who performed exceptionally well in the first round, would kill his way to the top again in the second round, seizing first place once more. And not just first place, Yi Chen's current ranking match score was more than 230,000 assessment points ahead of the second-place Xuanning, which obviously created a huge gap. As long as Yi Chun could maintain his lead, after the last 2 rounds of competition, it was indeed possible that Yi Chun could seize the first place in the 9 Great Divine Academies assessment. Everyone felt that Yi Chun was incredibly close to fulfilling one of the 3 requirements the 2 great sovereigns set for him, the requirement to seize first place in the 9 Great Divine Academies assessment. Outside the ancient battlefield at the highest point of the illusory heavens, the 2 sovereigns who had posed 3 requirements for Yi Chun, Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King, both nodded lightly. Stay tuned with my virtual library empire. The Northern Territory King fared a bit better. She knew about Yi Chen's results through Sovereign Feng Luo's blood-drinking divine blade transmission and had already anticipated Yi Chen's performance. Sovereign Xuechen, who had initially not thought highly of Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chen had only dedicated 1 day to killing the combat soldiers. However, Yi Chun surprised her by overcoming everyone with his performance of slaying 4-star soldiers, shaking even Sovereign Xuechen. Sovereign Xuechen finally understood why her beloved disciple and proud daughter of heaven, Long Li, had become involved with Yi Chun and had not blamed him, even secretly harboring admiration for Yi Chun. Yi Chen's talent, his understanding, his combat power. Which young girl wouldn't admire, or respect such qualities? Even the 10 true goddesses from Divine Miao Peak, who rarely ventured into the divine kingdom, cast different glances at Yi-chan now. There are still 2 rounds left. After reflecting for a moment, Sovereign Xueqin's gaze became clear again. In the last 2 rounds, each of them could greatly change the ranks. I wonder if Yi-chan can hold on until the end, still occupying first place. The first 2 rounds of assessments had already passed. No matter how shocking, they had all become history, and Sovereign Xueqin was looking forward to Yi-chan's performance in the coming rounds. The next 2 rounds? The Northern Territory King's gaze also turned toward Yi-chan at this time. He started the legacy examination from the blood-drinking divine blade. The 3rd round is the crux of the examination. It might very well affect his very assessment in the 3rd round. I wonder what choices Yi-chan will make, whether he will focus on the Divine Academy's assessment as the priority, or also consider Sovereign Feng Luo's legacy examination. Now that he is so far ahead in the results, he does have a bit more leeway. The thoughts of the Northern Territory King were unknown to everyone else. If others knew that Yi-chan, while striving for first place in the 9 Great Divine Academy's assessment, had also entered another test left by Sovereign Feng Luo, they would probably all be astonished. Countless true gods were already struggling with just the Divine Academy's assessment. Yi-chan, however, was also preoccupied with another matter. Among the examinees, Yi-chan looked at the ranking screen, his eyes shining with anticipation as well as expectation. While pondering over the bloodlight blade technique before, that voice reminded me that I had come into contact with a legacy, the God-King level inheritance left by the predecessor Feng Luo. In practicing the bloodlight blade technique, I have comprehended the 3rd form, which is merely the first phase of the examination of that legacy. That voice said in the next 2 rounds of competition, there would be 2 more phases of the examination hidden. What could be in the next round? Yi-chan had already thought about the matter of the 3rd round of assessments. Many people in the field were likewise thinking of the 3rd round of assessments, especially people like Tianyu Bailing Mo Yuan, who were ambitious about seizing first place in the 9 Great Divine Academy assessments. They were extremely eager for the 3rd round of assessments to start soon. After the first 2 rounds of competition, they were far behind Yi-chan. They wanted to overtake in one fell swoop in the 3rd round. After all, in the 4 rounds of the Divine Institute's assessment, the last 3 were ranking competitions, where rankings could change. Naturally, they were not willing to always rank behind Yi-chan. Above the void, the sovereign who was presiding over the Divine Institute's assessment cast his gaze over everyone. He first nodded to Yi-chan. Yi-chan's performance in the 2nd round had, after all, even shaken this 6-star sovereign. If it weren't for the numerous sovereigns watching him preside over this assessment, he would have even wanted to descend and have a proper exchange with Yi-chan to get to know this genius. Seeing the 6-star sovereign treat Yi-chan exceptionally, Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and others were consumed with envy, while others nodded in admiration. They recognized that Yi-chan's performance deserved such special treatment. But when the 6-star sovereign's gaze moved away from Yi-chan, his subsequent words brought great joy to some and deep sorrow to others. This 6-star sovereign said, "The 2nd round of assessment has ended, and everyone's scores have been published. Now, as I mentioned earlier, out of the more than 9 million participants in this round of assessment, only the top 100,000 who passed the 2nd round will remain. Everyone else will be eliminated from the ancient battlefield, moving to the elimination area outside. A round of assessment eliminated a batch of contestants. The 1st round eliminated more than 40 million people, and this 2nd round similarly eliminated over 9 million. Amidst the 6-star sovereign's words, booming teleportation sounds echoed throughout the realm as one defeated figure after another was eliminated. In the end, only 100,000 remained in the arena. Seeing the 100,000 people left in the arena, the sovereign presiding over the assessment first said, "I would like to congratulate you, these 100,000 people, for entering into the 3rd round of the Divine Institute's assessment. At the same time, I want to remind you that the 3rd round is the key to the entire 4-round assessment. This time, the 9 Divine Institutes will recruit 9,000 new disciples. This 3rd round will decide the top 9,000 from among you 100,000, who will all enter into the selection list for new disciples of the Divine Institutes. Those eliminated in the third round will not have the opportunity to enter the Divine Institutes. The words of this six-star sovereign made many in the arena who were excited about passing the second round assessment suddenly become tense. The third round of assessment would directly select the top 9,000 eligible for entry into the Divine Institutes. Success meant joining the Divine Institutes. Failure meant no association with the Divine Institutes. This naturally made many people extremely nervous. The third round of assessment determines whether one can join the Divine Institutes. Then, the fourth round is probably about deciding which specific Divine Institute one can join. The 9 Divine Institutes are the strongest in the Divine Kingdom. Joining any one would be good enough. I must stand out in the third round of assessment and advance into the top 9,000. The original plan for many in the arena was simply to join the Divine Institutes without considering, nor having the ability to consider, competing for entry into a specific institute. The last hurdle standing before them was this third round of assessment. Amidst extreme nervousness, countless eyes once again turned to the six-star sovereign presiding over the assessment, waiting to hear how the third round would unfold. This six-star sovereign didn't waste any time. Looking at each expectant face, he went straight to the point. The third round of assessment will take place within the third ancient battlefield, an area of the shattered ancient battlefield. In the third ancient battlefield, there is an ancient tower. Like the blood-drinking divine blade from the second round, it is an entity that surpasses the sovereigns, an ancient treasure left by our predecessor, Sovereign Feng Luo, named Wind Origin Tower. The Wind Origin Tower has a total of 7 floors, filled with countless slaughters and numerous crises. This third round of assessment will test your ability to pass through these trials. When the assessment begins, all of you will be teleported to the first floor of Wind Origin Tower, and then you will have 1 month to fight your way from the first floor to the 7th floor. It's in the 7th floor that you'll find the exit from Wind Origin Tower. The final assessment scores will be based on the time it takes for you to break out of Wind Origin Tower. Those who can break out from the Wind Origin Tower on the first day will directly receive 300,000 assessment score. Those who break out on the second day will get 299,000 assessment score. For each additional day taken to pass through the tower, the assessment score will decrease by 1,000. On the 30th day, those who break out of Wind Origin Tower will only get the minimum of 10,000 assessment score. Those who take more than 30 days to successfully navigate their way out of Wind Origin Tower will be deemed failures, with 0 assessment score. Finally, after the third round of assessment ends, everyone's assessment score will be added to their second round scores for a new ranking. The top 9,000 ranks will become selected disciples of the Divine Institutes and participate in the final 4th round, the Divine Institutes Selection Competition. Having said this, the six-star sovereign looked directly at the 100,000 participants in the arena. Among you, some have scored well in the second round of assessment, while others did poorly, but that doesn't matter. The third round is your chance to change your ranking. Although Yi-chun is currently number 1 on the ranking screen, with an astonishing score of 359,000 assessment score, if you can break out of Wind Origin Tower on the first day in the third round of assessment, your scores could rapidly close in on Yi-chun's. Of course, if any of you have high enough scores, you might even have the chance to surpass Yi-chun in one stroke. Chapter 747 Crisis and Choice. Hearing these words from the six-star sovereign, the eyes of Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan from the arena brightened instantly. In the second round, their assessment scores were 89,600 points and 94,300 points, respectively, all within a 30,000-point gap from Yi-chun. If they could break through the Wind Origin Tower on the first day of the third round of assessments, while Yi-chun only managed to break out in the last few days of the month, then they really had a chance to surpass him. However, as they considered this, both Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Given Yi-chun's powerful performance in the first 2 rounds, to say that they could surpass him by more than 28 or 29,000 points, breaking out of the Wind Origin Tower more than 20 days earlier in the third round, both knew it was virtually impossible. On the one hand, this required them to perform exceptionally well, passing through the Wind Origin Tower in the shortest amount of time. On the other hand, it also required Yi Chun to be slow in his tower challenge. If either of these conditions weren't met, they had no hope of surpassing Yi Chun. While striving to break through the tower and passing the Wind Origin Tower in the shortest time possible was within their control. After all, it was something they could manage. The idea of Yi Chun performing poorly was not something they could decide upon. However, it's always good to have hope. Even if we can't surpass Yi Chun this round, closing the gap would make it easier to surpass him in the final battle of the 4th round. In the end, both Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan came to harbor these thoughts. What they didn't know was that as the 6-star sovereign hosting the assessment explained the rules for the 3rd round, another voice entered Yi Chen's mind. It was a voice emitted by an enigmatic blade shadow within the blood-drinking divine blade. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chen found himself in a very conflicted dilemma. Since the 6-star sovereign had mentioned that the 3rd round of assessment would be based on the time it took to pass through the Wind Origin Tower, Yi Chen naturally wanted to break through the Heavenly Origin Tower as quickly as possible to further secure his first-place ranking. However, the mysterious blade shadow in the blood-drinking divine blade transmitted a message to Yi Chen, saying that to obtain the God King's legacy left by Sovereign Feng Luo, he must enter a certain cultivation site on the 6th floor of the Wind Origin Tower during the 3rd round of assessment. Moreover, he would have to spend a month there completing a cultivation assessment. A whole month. If he truly completed this cultivation assessment, it meant that the least amount of time Yi Chen would emerge from the Wind Origin Tower was an entire month, or even more, directly being ejected by the tower. It also meant that if Yi Chen wanted to pass the Divine King's Legacy Assessment, his performance in the 3rd round of the 9 Great Sacred Academies assessment would certainly be very poor, directly leading to a significant loss of assessment points. Needless to say, this left Yi Chen extremely troubled. On one hand, Yi Chen desired that Divine King's legacy. After all, this legacy was from an existence that transcended sovereigns, left behind by the venerable Feng Luo. Although it was only at the God King level, that mysterious blade shadow had told him that if Yi Chen obtained this legacy, there was a good chance he could become an invincible being within the God King realm, unafraid even when facing mighty warriors at the heavenly divine venerable level who could fight across realms. For Yi Chen, who might likely take part in the Star Domain's battle of the Divine Kings, the legacy was tremendously alluring. But on the other hand, Yi Chen faced another problem. That was, his participation in the 9 Great Sacred Academies assessment also came with a demand from Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King to clinch first place in the 9 Great Sacred Academies assessment. If he lost a large number of points in this 3rd round of assessment due to the Divine King's Legacy assessment, it could impact his final rush for first place in the 9 Great Sacred Academies. And if his rush for first place failed, then Yi Chen would be imprisoned by Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King for 10,000 years. This, of course, gave Yi Chen pause. What should I do? Should I choose the Divine King's Legacy assessment, or focus solely on the 9 Great Sacred Academies assessment? Choosing the Divine King's Legacy assessment doesn't guarantee obtaining the legacy. Of course, on the other hand, although I may lose a significant amount of points in the 3rd round, there's still the 4th round of assessment where I have the hope of reclaiming first place. If I choose to focus solely on the 9 Great Sacred Academies assessment, then I'll miss out on the precious legacy left by Venerable Feng Luo. That mysterious blade shadow had said, "This precious legacy is hidden in Heavenly God Mountain." After completing the 3 stages of assessment, I'd receive help to enter Heavenly God Mountain. And the second demand of the 2 sovereigns is that 3 years later, I must successfully enter Heavenly God Mountain and come out safely. If I obtained the clue to Venerable Feng Luo's legacy, it would undoubtedly help my entry into Heavenly God Mountain. And once I obtain that Divine King's legacy inside, it would also be a great aid in the 3rd demand the 2 sovereigns have of me, the battle of the Divine Kings in the Star Domain's youngest generation. Considering the different benefits of the 2 choices, Yi Chen genuinely hesitated. While Yi Chen was wavering, the mysterious blade shadow from the blood-drinking divine blade, which had been transmitting the message, once again reached out to Yi Chen. "Contestant, You must make a decision before entering the Wind Origin Tower. You can choose to give up. In doing so, the trial of my master's inheritance will automatically end. If you choose to enter the trial once you decide, regardless of whether you can complete the second phase of the cultivation trial within the Wind Origin Tower, you will be trapped inside for a month, unable to change your decision. Examinee, I will give you 10 breaths of time. Tell me, what is your choice? 10 breaths, 9 breaths, 8 breaths. As the mysterious blade shadow finished speaking, like the pounding of a heartbeat, the time of 10 breaths kept slipping away. After 5 breaths had passed, Yi-chun bit his teeth and made his decision directly. I choose to participate in the trial of Senior Feng Luo. Enjoy more content from Novelbin.com. Boom! After Yi-chun made his decision, the mysterious blade shadow voiced its admiration. Although participating in the trial does not guarantee success, if you do not even have the courage to attempt it, that would be truly disappointing. It would also be a waste since the Northern Territory King personally summoned my master's divine blade. Examinee, since you have chosen to accept the trial, I will grant you the results of your successful cultivation of the blood-slaying blade technique from the first phase of the trial. This blood-drinking divine blade shadow will accompany you in the next part of the trial. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious blade shadow spoke, a divine and strange shadow, invisible to all the sovereigns present, flew directly into Yi-chun's Qi-Si. This shadow was, in fact, a miniature blood-drinking divine blade shadow, as though the giant blade from the second ancient battlefield had shrunk countless times and entered into Yi-chun's Qi-Si. Is this the blood-drinking divine blade shadow? Yi-chun looked at the mini blade shadow in his Qi-Si, his eyes lighting up. Yi-chun felt that after this mini blade shadow entered his Qi-Si, it carried the latter techniques of the blood-slaying blade technique, which he had not yet fully comprehended. This implied that Yi-chun would be able to continue practicing the heaven-reaching divine art, blood-slaying blade technique, in the future. Yi-chun had already witnessed the power of the blood-slaying blade technique during his battles with the war soldiers. This blade technique was almost as powerful as his own 9 swords of annihilation. Being granted such a blade technique to practice, Yi-chun was naturally overjoyed. At the same time, his anticipation for Senior Feng Luo's God King's legacy became even greater. The mere heaven-reaching divine art, blood-slaying blade technique, was already extraordinary, which meant the God King's legacy hidden within Heavenly God Mountain would be even more precious. At the same time, Yi-chun's gaze turned to the Northern Territory King. Just now, the mysterious blade shadow mentioned that the Northern Territory King had personally summoned this blood shadow god blade. Yi-chun suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the Northern Territory King brought out the blood-drinking divine blade especially for him, giving him this chance to contact Senior Feng Luo's legacy? While Yi-chun was contemplating, he suddenly heard the voice of the Northern Territory King, whom he was contemplating. The Northern Territory King's voice was crisp, sounding as pleasant as beads dropping onto a jade plate. As if discerning Yi-chun's thoughts, the Northern Territory King sent a telepathic message. Yi-chun, it looks like you have accepted the second phase of Senior Feng Luo's trial. Don't speculate, you're right. I did bring the blood-drinking divine blade. I am quite aware of Senior Feng Luo's trial. Use all your strength to strive for this legacy. Although you will lose a lot in the third round of the assessment because of this legacy, as long as you are capable, even if you fall behind temporarily, you can still come out on top in the final round. Towards the end, there was even a hint of laughter in the Northern Territory King's voice. I'm glad you chose to take part in this trial. Otherwise, I would have been very disappointed in you. I wouldn't want Lear to fancy a young man who lacks the courage to seize opportunities. The Northern Territory King's words caused a stir in Yi-chun's heart and left him somewhat bemused. Yi-chun, of course, knew that the Northern Territory King was referring to Long Li when mentioning Lear, and hearing the Northern Territory King say that Long Li liked him made Yi-chun feel somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Yao, Long Li sigh. Yi-chun then thought of those 2 exceptionally beautiful girls. After taking a deep breath, Yi-chun cast these thoughts aside. He was now amidst the 9 Great Divine Institutes assessment and had entered Senior Feng Luo's trial. Yi-chun could not afford to take anything lightly. To battle it is. For the third round of the assessment, I'll do my best to meet Senior Feng Luo's trial requirements, and in the fourth round, I'll fight for the first place in the 9 Great Divine Institute's assessment. I can't relax in either task. Only by making the most of every opportunity will I be able to fulfill all 3 requirements in 10 years, become powerful swiftly, and see Zhongyao again soon. Yi Chun had decided to take part in Senior Feng Luo's trial because he wanted to seize every chance to become stronger and did not give up this precious opportunity. Even if there were losses in the third round of the assessment, he did not back down. Shortly after Yi Chun made his decision, the sovereign presiding over the 9 Great Divine Institute's assessment finally announced. Now, the third round of the assessment, Braving the Wind Origin Tower, officially begins. All 100,000 examinees, prepare to be transported into the Wind Origin Tower. Chapter 748- Storming the Tower. While speaking, the 6-star sovereign extended his large hand, and a teleportation array immediately materialized on the ground. Then the 6-star sovereign continued, "Lastly, I remind you once again, your scores for the third round will be determined by the speed at which you clear the Wind Origin Tower. Therefore, no matter what means you use, pass through the Wind Origin Tower as quickly as possible. Once each of you enters the Wind Origin Tower, you will be in an individual challenge space, so you do not need to worry about interference from others. In addition, your location within the Wind Origin Tower will be displayed on the ranking screen. Everyone, once you fly into the teleportation array, you will be transported to the first layer of the Wind Origin Tower. Now, begin your assessment." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the words of the 6-star sovereign fell, the 100,000 martial artists participating in the third round of the assessment all moved at once, swarming into the teleportation array like locusts. The next moment, these figures disappeared from within the teleportation array and entered the 7-layer Wind Origin Tower, located in the third ancient battlefield. As the assessors entered the Wind Origin Tower and officially started the third round of the assessment, the hundreds of millions of martial artists observing the assessment outside were all staring intently at the ranking screen. Swish, 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 swish. Everyone saw that the instant the 100,000 assessors disappeared from the teleportation array, the word "first layer" appeared next to the name of each assessor on the ranking screen. Clearly, this indicated that the 100,000 assessors were now in the first layer of the Wind Origin Tower, starting the competition. Is this the first layer of the Wind Origin Tower? Inside the Wind Origin Tower, Yi Chun surveyed the vast treasure palace he found himself in. Yi Chun saw that the patterns of countless ancient beasts were carved on the 4 walls, ceiling, and floor of the vast treasure palace. Just as Yi Chun was teleported into this vast treasure palace, he saw the ancient beast patterns begin to light up one by one. Following that, a resounding voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire palace. "Assessor, you are now in the first layer of the Wind Origin Tower. To pass through this layer, you must kill 1,000 ancient beasts. If you fail to reach the kill count requirement or are defeated by an ancient beast, you will be trapped in this first layer until the assessment is over. The killing of ancient beasts will officially start after 30 breaths. Now, Assessor, prepare for battle." Bang! 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 After the voice fell, a succession of sounds echoed throughout the vast treasure palace like a countdown. The ancient beast patterns also seemed to come alive, as if they were gathering signs of life. Watching the changes around him, Yi Chun thought to himself, "To pass through this first layer, I need to kill 1,000 ancient beasts. It seems that the beasts I have to kill come from these ancient beast patterns. To be able to refine ancient beasts into these patterns and fight separately against the 100,000 assessors in different folded spaces. Such skills truly befit a great powerhouse like Senior Feng Luo." After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun looked at the increasingly bright ancient beast patterns with a resolute gleam in his eyes. "I still need to go to the 6th layer for a month of inheritance training under Senior Feng Luo, so I can't afford to waste time on the other layers. This layer, I will clear it with the utmost speed." As Yi Chun considered his course of action, The 30 breaths finally elapsed, and the ancient beast patterns became completely illuminated. At last, from within the brightly lit patterns, a frenzy of ancient beasts began to emerge. These ancient beasts were all ordinary 9 tribulation true gods. Having to kill 1,000 of such beasts to enter the second layer might be troublesome for many true gods, but for Yi Chun, it was exceedingly simple. Yi Chen's combat power at this point was such that he could even take on a high-ranking god king, let alone these ordinary 9 tribulation true god ancient beasts. Whoosh! 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 With merely a flip of his palm, Yi Chun sent out a flurry of sword-light shadows sweeping across the entire palace. As these sword-light shadows ravaged through, a vast number of ancient beasts were slaughtered. Almost in the span of a few breaths, the number of ancient beasts Yi Chun killed had reached 1,000. Boom! After Yi Chun successfully killed 1,000 ancient beasts, a staircase leading to the second layer of the Wind Origin Tower appeared directly. Yi Chun stepped forward and entered the second layer of the Wind Origin Tower. Upon entering the second layer, Yi Chun immediately saw that it was also a vast treasure palace. And within the palace, there were dense and numerous giant spider webs everywhere. These spider webs even formed interwoven spider web formations, and within different positions of these formations, there were weirdly large guardian ancient spiders. As Yi Chun examined the situation in the second layer, similar to the first, another voice came, "Assessor, to pass through the second layer and enter the third, you must slay 99 guardian ancient spiders. The killing will start after 30 breaths." Whoosh! 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 Between the moments of that voice speaking, the giant spider ancient beasts atop the web array sprayed out shimmering threads from their mouths. These threads connected the giant spider ancient beasts to each other, and as the threads connected, the combat power of the spider ancient beasts rapidly soared. Yi Chun watched the spider ancient beasts beginning to transform within the array, yet his expression remained entirely unmoved. When the moment of battle arrived, crimson fire flying sword instantly flew from Yi Chen's forehead, slaughtering toward the giant spider ancient beasts atop the web array. 8 breaths later, Yi Chun, stepping over the carcass of the 99 guardian ancient spiders, advanced from the staircase that he had just descended, heading toward the 3rd floor. Just like this, inside the Wind Origin Tower, Yi Chun began a rapid spree of killing, a rapid surge forward. Experience new tales on novelbin.com. Not just Yi Chun, the other candidates were also beginning to push toward higher floors of the Wind Origin Tower. Everyone wanted to be the first to climb to the top of the Wind Origin Tower. Outside the assessment area, hundreds of millions of spectators were intently staring at the ranking screen. When they saw that all the names on the ranking screen still bore the label first floor, and then suddenly, second floor appeared, numerous people were shaken. So fast, it's just been a few dozen breaths, and someone has entered the second floor of the Wind Origin Tower already. All eyes then turned to the name in front of the second floor marking, and they directly saw that it was at the very top of the ranking screen, the first line where second floor appeared. And the name at the very top of the first line was none other than Yi Chun. Yi Chun, first in the second round of assessment, and now in the third round, he is once again leading the charge. He has become the first person to enter the second floor of the Wind Origin Tower. While these discussions were ongoing, with a swoosh, divine light flickered, and the second floor behind Yi Chen's name changed directly to 3rd floor. My God! Yi Chun has entered the 3rd floor now. It's only been a few dozen breaths, and Yi Chun has climbed up another level. When people saw that Yi Chun had entered the 3rd floor, their attention also shifted to the motion below. Yi Chun has reached the 3rd floor, so Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and the second-ranked Xuaning Ning from the second round of assessment are closely following behind. They, too, have broken into the second floor. Not long after these words fell, a large group of people broke into the second floor. By then, Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, Xuaning Ning, and others had also burst into the 3rd floor. Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan have caught up with Yi Chun. They've entered the 3rd floor as well. Many cried out in surprise. Before their cries of surprise had dissipated, the next moment, a burst of commotion erupted because the word behind Yi Chen's name had starkly become fourth floor. This signified that although the others had caught up with Yi Chen's progress, Yi Chen had once again widened the gap, charging into the Wind Origin Tower, fourth floor first. Such a chase excited and even made some of the divine sovereigns and supreme lords in the audience nervous. No one knew how the attempt to conquer the Wind Origin Tower would ultimately end up. However, this intense competition began to slow down as soon as Yi Chen entered the fourth floor. Yi Chen stayed in the fourth floor for several hours, yet he did not break through to the fifth floor. Following Yi Chen, Tianyu Bailing and the others successively entered the fourth floor, but like Yi Chen, their speed also slowed down significantly on the fourth floor. Seeing such a scene, all the warriors watching the battle knew that the fourth floor of the Wind Origin Tower must have drastically increased in difficulty, which is why so many were stuck there. Only after 2 hours had passed did a figure break through to the fifth floor first, and that figure was Yi Chen. This time, not long after Yi Chen entered the fifth floor, he didn't pause for long and surged into the Wind Origin Tower sixth floor in one go. The sixth floor? Only one last floor remained before conquering the entire 7 floors of the Wind Origin Tower. Seeing this, hearts of countless people in the arena lifted. Yi Chen is ahead by more than 2 levels. The majority of the others are still trapped below the fourth floor, and even Tianyu Bailing and Xuanning, who are closest to Yi Chen, are stuck on the fourth floor with no progress. But Yi Chen has entered the sixth floor. Could it be that Yi Chen is going to be first in the third round of assessments? To conquer the Wind Origin Tower in one day would yield 300,000 assessment points. With his lead from the previous round, Yi Chen could completely dominate the ranking screen. As countless people were discussing, they found that after entering the sixth floor, there had been no further movement from Yi Chen. 3 days passed, and following Yi Chen, Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, Xuanning, and others all broke into the sixth floor. Yet, there was still no movement from Yi Chen. Even on the 4th day, Tianyu Bailing was the first to emerge from the Wind Origin Tower, earning 270,000 assessment points, while Yi Chen still remained on the sixth floor. Chapter 749- Polar Elemental God Bead. Such a situation certainly surprised the countless divine lords and sovereigns watching from outside the ancient battlefield. Yi Chen took the lead by so much to enter the 6th level. Why did he suddenly stop on the 6th level? Could it be that he's trapped in the 6th level and can't get through? No, that shouldn't be the case. Judging by Yi Chen's performance in the previous levels, his ability to pass the trials seems much stronger than Tianyu Bailing. Now that Tianyu Bailing has come out of the Wind Origin Tower, Yi Chen shouldn't still be stuck on the 6th level. Could it be that Yi Chen has encountered some kind of accident in the 6th level? The countless spectators all began to speculate. However, they could only guess. The Wind Origin Tower was created by the being Feng Luo, who was beyond the sovereigns, and they simply could not see the specific situation of the challenges inside. While these people were full of doubts about Yi Chen staying still on the 6th level, Tianyu Bailing, who had finally made it out of the Wind Origin Tower after spending 4 days, was so pleasantly surprised that he almost jumped for joy when he saw he become the first person to come out. I'm the first? Even Tianyu Bailing himself couldn't believe it. When he rubbed his eyes and saw that on the ranking screen above Void Heaven, which had already moved from the 2nd ancient battlefield to the 3rd ancient battlefield, it clearly showed that he had come out of the Wind Origin Tower. While others were still trapped in different levels of the tower, Tianyu Bailing finally believed that he was first. Tianyu Bailing's gaze then turned towards Yi Chen's name, and when he saw that 6th level was still marked next to Yi Chen's name, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. By the end, Tianyu Bailing was even sneering repeatedly, "Humph, Yi Chen, you might have been stronger than me in the 2nd round, but in this 3rd round's Wind Origin Tower competition, you are simply no match for me. I, Tianyu Bailing, am the first." In the 2nd round, Tianyu Bailing was 4th, having accumulated 89,600 points of combat merit. In the 3rd round, after spending 4 days to make it out of the Wind Origin Tower, he directly received 270,000 points of combat merit. Adding both rounds together, his points of combat merit had become 359,600. His assessment for the third round had ended, and his points were now directly reflected on the ranking screen. With the combined total of both rounds, Tianyu Bailing's points of combat merit leaped ahead of Yi Chen's 359,000 points and rose directly to the first place on the ranking screen. Seeing that even Yi Chen was behind by 600 points, Tianyu Bailing was thrilled. Originally, he had been somewhat despairing about his second-round score, but now, he saw renewed hope for overtaking Yi Chen and seizing first place. Although this was not the final score, if Yi Chen were to come out from the Wind Origin Tower later and also receive points for the third round of assessment, it was very likely he would overtake him again. But at least, Tianyu Bailing had closed the gap with Yi Chen's score, and now saw a hope of overtaking him. This naturally made Tianyu Bailing extremely excited. Tianyu Bailing was even silently praying that Yi Chen would get no points at all in this third round of assessment. Then, he would truly overtake Yi Chen's ranking. As if the prayer had taken effect. On the fifth day, when both Mo Yuan and Xuanning had come out from the Heavenly Origin Tower, and Tianyu Bailing saw that Yi Chen was still on the 6th level and had not yet come out of the Heavenly Origin Tower, even though Xuanningning's combined scores surpassed Tianyu Bailing's. Seeing Yi Chen still inside, Tianyu Bailing was still extremely excited. And on the 8th day, when several more people had made it out from the Heavenly Origin Tower, and Yi Chen was still trapped on the 6th level, Tianyu Bailing was almost incredulous in his excitement. Not just Tianyu Bailing but Xuanning, Mo Yuan, and several other assessors who had come out of the Heavenly Origin Tower were all shocked to see Yi Chen still staying on the 6th level. What's going on? The 6th level isn't much different in difficulty from the 5th level. Yi Chen should have been able to make it through the 5th level. He shouldn't be stuck on the 6th level for so long. It would be understandable if he were stuck on the hardest 7th level, but being stuck on the 6th level for such a long time is not a performance indicative of Yi Chen's abilities. Could it be that Yi Chen has encountered some kind of accident in the Wind Origin Tower? After the surprise, many looked on with cold eyes. After all, Yi Chen was their competitor, and although they admired Yi Chen's strength, they didn't feel too regretful about his mistakes. Only Xuanning, the few divine girls from Divine Miao Peak, and some others who truly acknowledged Yi Chen's strength, were genuinely concerned about what might have happened to Yi Chen inside the Wind Origin Tower. When the 15th day of the third round of assessment had passed, the little provincial princess also came out from the Wind Origin Tower. Seeing that Yi Chen had not yet come out from the Wind Origin Tower, the little provincial princess was also full of doubt and concern. However, the more worried people like the little provincial princess were, the more excited Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan became. Whatever Yi Chen had encountered, the later Yi Chen came out from the Wind Origin Tower, the greater the benefit for them. After all, they were competing with Yi Chen for the first place in the 9 Great Divine Institute's assessments, so naturally they hoped that Yi Chen's score in this round would be as poor as possible. And when the 30th day arrived, out of the 100,000 who had entered the Wind Origin Tower, more than 10,000 had already made their way out. Tianyu Bailing and Mo were so excited they wanted to shout out loud. This was already the last day of the third round of assessment, and Yi Chen still hadn't emerged. Even if Yi Chen successfully came out from the Wind Origin Tower later this day, he could only receive 10,000 assessment points, which wasn't much different from the rest of them. That meant they could have a real fight with Yi Chen for the first place in the last round of competition. Could it be that Yi Chen won't be able to come out of the Wind Origin Tower on the last day? Will he be forced out by the Wind Origin Tower after a full month has ended? Seeing Yi Chen's name still displayed on the 6th layer, even Tianyu Bailing started to entertain this thought. It wasn't just Tianyu Bailing. The tens of millions of martial artists watching outside were completely taken aback. They had originally thought that Yi Chen would be the first to come out of the Wind Origin Tower. Instead, Yi Chen had stopped at the 6th layer and had been surpassed by people like Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and Xuanning one after another. Even if a few people had surpassed Yi Chen, the watching martial artists believed that he wouldn't lag behind too many and would soon come out of the Wind Origin Tower. Given Yi Chen's lead from the second round, even if he came out a few days later, he could still hold the first place. To their complete surprise, Yi-chan had been stuck in the sixth layer without moving for nearly 30 days since he entered it. For those who had witnessed Yi-chan's miraculous performance in the first 2 rounds, this was simply unimaginable. Among the watching crowd, the ones whose hearts were clenched the tightest were those like the East Territory King, Mu Ling, Shaolin, Shaowan, and others. They had originally hoped to see Yi-chan create another miracle, yet to their dismay, an unexpected turn of events occurred in this round for Yi-chan. What on earth is happening inside the sixth layer? The East Territory King, Mu Ling, Shaolin, Shaowan, and others wished they could fly into the sixth layer to see what Yi-chan was facing. The one who knew exactly what was happening was the Northern Territory King. The Northern Territory King, looking at the sixth layer of the Wind Origin Tower, without a flicker of expression in her eyes, murmured internally, 30 days? Yi-chan has really persisted in the sixth layer for 30 days. I wonder if he has made the sacrifice worth it and passed the training examination set by Senior Feng Luo. Yi-chan was completely indifferent to everything happening outside. Just as the Northern Territory King had surmised, the reason Yi-chan stayed in the sixth layer was because he had entered a training examination left behind by a being beyond the level of a lord, Senior Feng Luo, which was unknown to others. On the first day of the third round of assessment, Yi-chan became the first among all to enter the sixth layer. And it took him less than half an hour to pass the assessment of the sixth layer, directly earning the qualification to proceed to the final layer of the Wind Origin Tower. If not for this examination, Yi-chan could have come out of the Wind Origin Tower on the very first day and created another first-place record. However, Yi-chan did not advance to the seventh layer, but instead walked straight towards a strange painting hanging on the wall of the sixth layer. In the end, inside his isolated space, Yi-chan directly flew into this peculiar painting. And inside the painting, one could see a space filled with extremely rich divine light, and the whole land was covered with numerous crystal-clear, fist-sized beads. This space was precisely the training examination space, hidden within the Wind Origin Tower, that the mini blood-drinking divine blade in his Sea of Qi had hinted at. As soon as Yi-chan entered this space, a voice spoke to him, "Examinee, you have cultivated to the third layer of the Bloodlight Blade technique, within a month's time at the blood-drinking divine blade, completing the first stage of the Divine King's inheritance examination. In this space, you will undergo the second stage of examination. The requirement of this second stage is that you must cultivate in this space for a month under the pressure of 10,000 polar elemental god beads. Polar elemental god beads are these crystal-clear, fist-sized beads scattered across the land of this space. Explore more at novelbin.com. These beads are incredibly heavy. Not only do they pressure your physical body when they rest upon you, but they also oppress your true chi and divine soul. This sensation is excruciatingly unbearable, as though training in hell itself. If you cannot endure for a month, you will fail this examination and lose the qualification to proceed with the Divine King's inheritance, severing the link to it forever. Of course, if you can persist in cultivating under the heavy pressure of 10,000 polar elemental god beads for a month, not only will you pass the second stage of examination, it will also be incredibly beneficial to your own cultivation. Examinee. Now listen carefully to the spell for mobilizing the polar elemental god beads for cultivation. After explaining the cultivation rules, the voice did not give Yi-chan any time to respond, and spell after the spell was transmitted directly into Yi-chan's divine sense. Luckily, Yi-chan's divine sense was immensely powerful. Had it not been, he might not have been able to remember the spells completely. After completing the transmission of the spell, the voice disappeared. Yi-chan's eyes immediately landed on the crystal-clear, fist-sized beads on the ground, known as the polar elemental god beads. The next moment, Yi-chan pinched a spell with his hand. Boom! The countless beads on the ground flew directly towards Yi-chan's body above, and even without directly pressing onto Yi-chan, the mere presence of these beads in the void above Yi-chan's body brought a pressure bearing down on him heavier than mountains themselves. Chapter 750, 9 Tribulations, True God. It must be known that Yi-chan possesses the Star Blue Divine Garment. The Star Blue Divine Garment, a powerful defensive treasure forged from the prototype of extreme heavenly objects, could defend against any attacks below the level of divine sovereign. However, at this time, under the pressure of these polar elemental god beads, the star blue divine garment simply could not withstand this pressure. Clearly, the polar elemental god beads, left by Sovereign Feng Luo, were also an extraordinary treasure. As Sun Yichun activated numerous polar elemental god beads, the combined overwhelming weight could easily crush a continent of the star continent in the lower realm. Under such immense pressure without the defense of the star blue divine garment, one can imagine the test Yichun faced. But Yichun was not afraid. On the contrary, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The fact that the polar elemental god beads could break through the defense of the star blue divine garment meant that the stronger they were, the more it proved to Yichun the value of this test. This test was indeed difficult, but if he could pass it, he would likely receive the incredible benefits to his cultivation, just as the voice at the beginning of the test had said. The crushing weight that could crush a common star continent of the divine kingdom, even without the defense of the star blue divine garment. With Yichun's powerful physique from cultivating the undying divine body, his terrifying true qi infused with stellar power, and the strong divine soul transformed after overcoming the numerous challenges in the little extreme Nine Suns ancient land. Yichun's essence, qi, and spirit were stronger than countless Nine Tribulations true gods and even many divine kings. Of course, he could bear the pressure of the polar elemental god beads. Roar! Yichun did not shrink back, but instead roared loudly, triggering the method to control the polar elemental god beads once more, causing countless beads to rise from the ground. As batches of polar elemental god beads rose, the number of polar elemental god beads hovering above Yichun in the void finally reached the required 10,000 for the test. 10,000 polar elemental god beads. These polar elemental god beads, if lacking special protection, could directly collapse a common star continent of the divine kingdom, and Yichun, who exerted his essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme and fully endured this pressure, directly felt that each time he withstood the weight of the polar elemental god beads, for a moment, a strange, warm current flowed from above into his body. Once these warm currents entered Yichun's body, they went directly into his qi and remained still. Obviously, it was not yet the time for these warm currents to take effect. Yichun knew that it must be what the voice of the second stage of the test had said. He had to endure 1 month of cultivation and testing to see a transformation. A month of cultivation testing? Then so be it. In his eyes of firm resolution, Yichun sat cross-legged in this space, allowing 10,000 polar elemental god beads to press down upon him. Days passed by one after another. No matter how many people passed through the Wind Origin Tower outside, no matter how many people Yichun knew were ridiculing him for not having passed the Wind Origin Tower, his determination did not waver in the slightest. Continue your journey on Freewub novel. He had made this choice to undertake the legacy cultivation test, and even if he would lose countless points for the round, Yichun would persist until the end. What was more terrifying was that as time went by, the pressure of the polar elemental god beads seemed to grow even heavier. Even by the end, when Yichun was beginning to feel overwhelmed, he still clenched his teeth and persevered. The 1-month test was not yet over. Giving up would mean complete failure. As long as Yichun could continue to endure, he would never give up. As the 28th day of the 3rd round of the test approached, Yichun could no longer sit serenely under the weight of the 10,000 polar elemental god beads. He stood up to face the increasing pressure. By the 27th day of the 3rd round of the test, the pressure of the polar elemental god beads had surged again, and this time Yichun could not even stand firm. His body bent under the pressure, but he still persisted. On the 29th day of the test, the pressure of the polar elemental god beads even forced Yichun down to his knees, his hands supporting himself against the ground as he bore the heavy burden, blood seeping from his body, and signs of potential fracturing in his flesh, true qi, and divine soul. Yet, Yichun continued to withstand the pressure. The end of a month's cultivation was getting closer and closer. When Yi Chen's hands pressed against the ground and created numerous terrifying cracks. Finally, time arrived at the 30th day of the cultivation test, the last moment of the test. This moment was also the last day of the third round of the Wind Origin Tower Challenge. At this time, Tianyu Bailing outside was mocking Yi Chen for not having emerged from the 6th floor of the Wind Origin Tower. When suddenly they all heard a long howl. That howling sound, is it Yi Chen's voice? No one expected to hear Yi Chen's voice coming from the Wind Origin Tower. And just as these people were still unable to react to what might have happened to Yi Chen inside the Wind Origin Tower, the 7-story pagoda of the 3rd ancient battlefield, above the void of the Wind Origin Tower, suddenly surged with layer upon layer of terrifying tribulation clouds. Eventually, all these tribulation clouds poured into the pinnacle of the Wind Origin Tower. Tribulation clouds? Could it be that someone at this moment is about to face a heavenly tribulation? My God! The thickness of these tribulation clouds is even more terrifying than those of many divine kings facing their divine tribulations. Who is undergoing the tribulation? Could it indeed be Yi Chen who we just heard howling? Countless onlookers stared at the tribulation clouds pressing down on the Wind Origin Tower, speculating among themselves. It must be Yi Chen. No wonder he stayed on the 6th floor of the Wind Origin Tower for so long. It turns out he was sensing the arrival of the celestial tribulation. My God! Yi Chen is actually attempting to break through his cultivation level during the assessment. He is an 8 tribulations true god. If he gets through this celestial tribulation, doesn't that mean he's going to become a 9 tribulations true god? I've heard that just half a year ago, Yi Chen had only just transformed from a 4 tribulations true god to an 8 tribulations true god. Only a few months have passed, and now he's aiming for the 9 tribulations true god. This speed of cultivation is just too terrifying. The thought that Yi Chen might be challenging the celestial tribulation caused an uproar among countless people. At this time, Tianyu Bailing's face turned extremely ugly. No, it can't be Yi Chen. Tianyu Bailing was proud to have surpassed Yi Chen, but if Yi Chen had really been delayed in the Wind Origin Tower because of his cultivation, then he couldn't truly consider himself as having defeated Yi Chen. After all, to disregard assessment points and directly challenge a realm, even he did not have the courage to do such a thing. Tianyu Bailing refused to believe it was Yi Chen who had triggered the clouds of tribulation. However, someone outside the arena was absolutely certain that the celestial tribulation had been brought forth by Yi Chen. That person was none other than the Northern Territory King, who was very clear about Yi Chen's God King's legacy assessment. When he saw the clouds of tribulation descend after the 30 days were up, even the usually composed Northern Territory King almost cried out in excitement. Because the arrival of the tribulation clouds clearly meant that Yi Chen had passed the 30 days of cultivation assessment. Only the immense help of the polar elemental god bead in cultivation could allow Yi Chen to challenge the 9th heavenly tribulation in such a short time. The Northern Territory King's speculation was not wrong. Shortly after the terrifying clouds of tribulation descended above the Wind Origin Tower, everyone saw Yi Chen's name on the ranking screen, which hadn't changed from 6th floor for many days, directly switched to 7th floor. This clearly indicated that Yi Chen had entered the 7th floor of the Wind Origin Tower. And that wasn't the end. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Yi Chen took only the time of burning 1 incense stick to pass through the 7th floor. Keep in mind, none of the numerous previous challengers of the Wind Origin Tower had ever managed to break through the 7th floor in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Seeing this, everyone understood how extraordinary Yi Chen's abilities were in overcoming the challenges. At that moment, everyone was even more convinced that Yi Chen had only been delayed in overcoming the challenges because he was breaking through his cultivation level. The next moment, everyone's guesses turned into reality. Because as soon as Yi Chen passed through the 7th floor and left the Wind Origin Tower, he immediately sat cross-legged in the void above, directly facing the massive clouds of tribulation. Yi Chen was truly facing the 9th heavenly tribulation. Brother Yi Chen is so amazing. He can actually overcome the 9th heavenly tribulation so quickly. No wonder he stayed on the 6th floor for such a long time. If Brother Yi Chun wasn't preparing to overcome the 9th heavenly tribulation, he would definitely have been the first to break through the Wind Origin Tower. The little provincial princess looked at Yi Chun, who was sitting cross-legged under the vast tribulation clouds in the void, preparing to challenge the 9th heavenly tribulation, and cried tears of joy. Meanwhile, the 10 true god maidens of divine Miao Peak had all broken out of the Wind Origin Tower. They gathered together, and were all shocked as they watched Yi Chun beneath the tribulation clouds. The most formidable among the 10 true god maidens, Xuaningning, watched Yi Chun with sparkling eyes and murmured, "My God, overcoming celestial tribulation during the 9 Great Divine Academies assessment. This has probably never happened before in the history of the Divine Kingdom's 9 Great Divine Academy assessments." Yi Chun, this young man, always surprises and delights people. Yi Chun high above in the void heaven. At this moment, he was not concerned about the countless discussions below. He looked up, staring straight at the terrifying tribulation clouds in the void. The 9th heavenly tribulation has finally arrived. Yi Chun felt emotional. It was on this last day, in the assessment space of the 6th floor of the Wind Origin Tower, that he had finally completed the 30-day assessment and passed right through the 2nd stage. And to Yi Chun's great surprise, while he had been enduring the immense pressure from the polar elemental god bead over the past month, the warm current that continuously flowed into his chi-si caused a mutation at the very last moment of the assessment. A small part of these currents transformed into a miniature polar elemental god bead, flying next to the mini blood-drinking divine blade in his chi-si, acquired after passing the 1st stage of the assessment. Clearly, whether it was the mini blood-drinking divine blade or this mini polar elemental god bead, as the products of Yi Chun's passing through the first 2 stages of the assessment, they would probably bring great help to Yi Chun in obtaining the God King's legacy later. What excited Yi Chun the most was not the appearance of the mini polar elemental god bead, but another benefit from this month of cultivation. That was the large part of the mutated warm currents, at the very moment the polar elemental god bead detached from Yi Chun's body, directly caused Yi Chun's spirit, energy, and divine power to rapidly increase. It propelled Yi Chun to the peak of the 8 tribulations true God, and triggered the arrival of the 9th heavenly tribulation. Yi Chun had finally reached the brink of becoming a 9 tribulations true God. Chapter 751 – The Ultimate Showdown. 9 tribulations true God. Above the void heaven, Yi Chun gazed at the tribulation clouds above with sparkling eyes. A year ago, Yi Chun was still in the late stage of heavenly saint, amidst the lower star continent. But a year later, he had come to the divine kingdom and not only smoothly broke through to the true God realm, but also, in just the span of 1 year, he surged to the threshold of the 9 tribulations true God. As long as he passed this trial, Yi Chun would become a true 9 tribulations true God, reaching the strongest degree of the true God realm. This cultivation speed, even if placed in the mountain divine nation, was a legend. Although Yi Chun's start was slow due to being born in the lower realm, his cultivation speed was absolutely unbelievably fast. Gazing at the vast tribulation clouds in the sky, Yi Chun wasn't thinking about his own cultivation speed at this moment. He thought of Zhang Yao, thought of the divine king realm. As long as he successfully assaulted the 9 tribulations true God, he would be 1 step closer to the divine king realm, 1 step closer to the ability to reunite with Zhang Yao. Whether it's the 3 demands of the 2 sovereigns or meeting with Zhang Yao in the stellar domain genius battle or going to the 10,000 beasts domain to meet her, I will fulfill them all. Everything will start with the successful assault on the 9 tribulations true God. Looking at the tribulation clouds above his head, which were even more terrifying than many a divine king's divine tribulation, Yi Chun's mind and spirit whirred, and he directly flashed into the void, charging into the tribulation clouds. Boom! When Yi Chun directly charged into the tribulation clouds, many true gods at the scene cried out in surprise. Although many of these true gods were 9 tribulations true gods, the tribulation clouds they faced when they advanced from the 8th tribulations true God to the 9 tribulations true God paled in comparison to what Yi Chun was facing now. Even under those circumstances, many only dared to endure the successive strikes from the tribulation clouds below. not daring to charge into them. At this moment, seeing Yi Chun charge into tribulation clouds comparable to God King level divine tribulation, of course, chilled many hearts, startling many. What followed next was a scene that made it all the more incredible for these onlookers. After charging into the tribulation clouds, Yi Chun was enveloped in the vast and terrible tribulation clouds that spanned hundreds of miles, and was struck by horrible lightning bolts, tens to hundreds of feet thick, slashing down continuously. Yet, everyone saw that Yi Chun was completely unharmed amidst the slashing of these terrifying tribulation clouds and lightning. Yi Chun stood aloft in the dense tribulation clouds and lightning, his hair flying wildly. He was directly enduring the onslaught of the tribulation clouds with his physical body. After Yi Chun withstood countless waves of tribulation clouds and lightning strikes, he raised his hand to slash through the void, and a blade light together with a sword shadow directly shattered countless tribulation clouds and lightning. That blade light, many recognized, was the blood-slaying blade technique's blade light from the previous assessment. It was the third level of blade light that countless people in the field had failed to cultivate. And that sword shadow, although these people didn't know its origin, was clearly just as terrifying as the blood-slaying blade technique. Good heavens! Yi Chun possesses a powerful heaven-reaching divine art comparable to the bloodlight blade technique. Amidst the shock of countless onlookers, after the tribulation clouds and lightning were shattered, another successive wave of even more powerful tribulation clouds and lightning struck, and Yi Chun, like standing in heavy rain, once again endured the baptism of countless tribulation clouds and lightning. After enduring enough baptism of tribulation clouds and lightning, Yi Chun employed the bloodlight blade technique, recognized by all, and the 9 swords of annihilation swordsmanship, unknown to many, shattering the tribulation clouds and calling forth even more potent tribulation clouds and lightning. Yi Chun's breakthrough of the 9th heavenly tribulation lasted an entire 2 hours. In those 2 hours, no one dared to disturb Yi Chun's tribulation. Discover hidden stories at Freeweb Novel. Even the 6-star sovereign presiding over the assessment of the 9 major divine institutes dared not make the slightest disturbance. Because, when Yi Chun's heavenly tribulation began, everyone in the whole world heard the Northern Territory King's faint voice. They heard the Northern Territory King ordering Yi Chun to peacefully undergo tribulation, and that no one should interfere. And watching Yi Chun's 2-hour tribulation, countless true gods couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Chun, under such a fearsome tribulation cloud assault, appeared as if it were nothing, showing not a trace of effort. Clearly, Yi Chun's assault on the 9 tribulations true God was bound to succeed. The guesses of these people were not wrong. Yi Chun's current combat power could compete even with the upper god kings. So how could he fear the tribulation clouds of the 9 tribulations true God, no matter how formidable? He could absolutely get through it without even needing the protection of the star-blue divine garment. When 2 hours had passed, the vast tribulation clouds finally dissipated, and on Yi Chun's body, divine light surged forth in streams, the hallmark of successfully advancing through the realm. Yi Chun finally stepped over the threshold into the 9 tribulations true God, and his divine power once again underwent a qualitative change and tremendous enhancement. 9 tribulations true God. From then on, Yi Chun was thoroughly a 9 tribulations true God. 9 tribulations true God. So this is what it feels like. Yi Chun closed his eyes to feel the changes in essence, chi, and spirit within his divine body, nodded in satisfaction, and then reopened his eyes. Every successful assault on the heavenly tribulation causes a transformation in the 3 signs of life: essence, chi, and spirit. And after advancing from an 8th tribulations true God to a 9 tribulations true God, Yi Chun felt his combat power had increased several times over from before. What delighted Yi Chun even more was the progress in his cultivation of the primordial chapter. Yi Chun had long since cultivated the 4th chapter of the primordial star scripture, primordial chapter, to great accomplishment, but had been unable to reach perfection, moving on to the 5th chapter. However, after the successful assault as a 9 tribulations true God, Yi Chun suddenly felt an affinity with the primordial chapter. This affinity signified that the moment Yi Chun would break through the primordial chapter, and enter the 5th chapter of the primordial star scripture would be when he broke through from a 9 tribulations true God to the divine king realm. This sense of affinity directly informed Yi-chan of the timing to enter the 5th chapter of the primordial star scripture, naturally filling him with overwhelming joy. After quickly assessing the various changes in himself, Yi-chan looked up towards the 6-star sovereign waiting for him to complete his tribulation in the void and smiled. Then, Yi-chan's gaze moved to the countless true gods below who were watching him. His eyes swept over Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and the others, finally settling on the little provincial princess. After smiling, Yi-chan flew toward the little provincial princess, who was so excited her cheeks were flushed. The 3rd round of the Divine Institute's assessment continued. Yi-chan was the last person to come out from the Wind Origin Tower on the final day, acquiring only the minimum 10,000 assessment points. Even though he only secured 10,000 assessment points, in the 2nd round of the ranking battles, Yi-chan had directly obtained the highest score of the entire field at 359,000 assessment points. Adding both rounds together, Yi-chan's total assessment points were 369,000, still placing him 2nd in the overall ranking projection. Despite being overtaken by Xuanning, who had earned 12,390 assessment points in the 2nd round and 260,000 in the 3rd round, totaling 383,900 assessment points. However, Yi-chan was still stronger than Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan. Tianyu Bailing, with a combined total of 359,600 assessment points from both rounds, was directly pushed down to 3rd place by Yi-chan, whereas Mo Yuan's combined score was 354,300 assessment points, ranking him 4th. Seeing Yi-chan chatting and laughing with the little provincial princess, several true god maidens from the divine Miao Peak also gathered around to make small talk with Yi-chan, leaving Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan looking extremely unhappy. Because Yi-chan, due to his breakthrough in the 2nd round, only secured 10,000 assessment points, yet still performed better than them, they too felt quite embarrassed. In the end, an obviously displeased Tianyu Bailing even let out a cold snort. So what if I'm behind? Yi-chan was way ahead of me earlier. Yet isn't he almost caught up by me in the 3rd round? Wait for the 4th round, the final real competition. I will continue to surpass him, not only overtaking him but also surpassing Xuanning. The 1st place ranking in the final Divine Institute assessment will definitely be mine. Mo Yuan, although not as visibly perturbed as Tianyu Bailing, was also eagerly waiting for the 4th round to begin. Being ranked only 4th, he was not willing to accept this result. On the final day, Yi-chan successfully broke through the Wind Origin Tower, and only a few dozen assessors managed to emerge after him by the time the last day's session ended. After all, during the previous 29 days, those who could pass the assessment had already come out of the Wind Origin Tower in advance. Those left behind were seldom able to pass successfully. Until the end of all 30 days of the 3rd round of the assessment, the total number of people successfully emerging from the Wind Origin Tower reached over 10,000. Out of the 100,000 participants in the 3rd round of the assessment, more than 80,000 were still trapped inside the Wind Origin Tower and couldn't break through. In the end, these people were directly ejected by the Wind Origin Tower, their 3rd round assessment scores amounting to 0. Once everyone had emerged, all assessment scores were reevaluated and adjusted. In the flickering ranking projection floating in the void heaven, everyone's scores were displayed above. 1st place, Xuanning, assessment points, 383,900. 2nd place, Yi-chan, assessment points, 369,000. 3rd place, Tianyu Bailing, assessment points, 359,600. 4th place, Mo Yuan, assessment points, 354,300. 26th place, Little Provincial Princess Fang Luo, assessment points, 239,800. 9,000th place, a martial artist from the Western Territory of the Mountain Divine Nation, Niefeng, with 23,670 assessment points. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Once everyone's scores were revealed, countless gazes were fixated on the ranking projection, especially on the top 9,000 ranks. Because after the third round of the assessment ended, only the top 9,000 could advance into the fourth round. They were the only ones who could enter into the 9 Divine Institutes. I did it! I got into the 9 Divine Institutes. Niefeng, ranked at 9,000th, was so excited that he jumped up. Even though he was the last among the 9,000, he still secured a spot in the 9 Divine Institutes and was eligible for the fourth round of assessments, which was naturally a cause for immense joy. Not just Niefeng, but countless others among the successful candidates were beyond thrilled. The 9 Divine Institutes, which true god from any divine kingdom wouldn't want to enter? Only Yi Chun, Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and people like the little provincial princess, who were certain of their entry into the Divine Institutes, could remain somewhat composed. Where there's joy, there's bound to be profound sadness too. Those ranked below 9,000 were all extremely dejected, with many even shedding tears. They had failed. They had all failed. Even if other powers might pick them up, they had missed this most precious opportunity to join the 9 Divine Institutes. Especially the true god ranked 9,001, who was so regretful that his fists were clenched till they bled. But there was no pill for regret to help him. In the end, all those who were eliminated were directly teleported out by the 6-star sovereign overseeing the Divine Institute assessment, eliminated from the competition. At last, only 9,000 people remained in the entire field, those who secured their spots in the 9 Divine Institutes. At this moment, the 6-star sovereign finally announced to everyone, "You 9,000 individuals are the ones who will participate in the final round of competition. The last round, as I mentioned before, will determine which Divine Institute among the 9 you will enter. This final round will be your ultimate showdown." Chapter 752-. The 4 Qilin Divine Beasts. When the 6-star sovereign presiding over the exams of the 9 Great Divine Institutes finally began to announce the last round of the competition, all 9,000 candidates who had successfully advanced to the fourth round held their breath. The final round, the ultimate showdown. It pertained to which Divine Institute of the 9 Great Divine Institutes they would enter. Everyone, of course, was filled with both nervousness and anticipation. Amidst this tension and anticipation, countless were hoping to join the Supreme Divine Institute, ranked first among the 9 Great Divine Institutes. Even if they couldn't join the best Supreme Divine Institute, they at least wanted to be part of one of the top-ranked institutes. I wonder how this final round will be assessed? All the candidates looked towards the 6-star sovereign who was hosting the exams. After sweeping his gaze across the faces of the crowd, the 6-star sovereign finally began to announce the rules of the last round of the exams. The final round will consist of 2 parts. The first part is the qualification race for institute selection, and the second part is the ultimate ranking battle. What is the qualification race for institute selection? It's a competition that decides whether you have the qualifications to choose among the 9 Great Divine Institutes or not. The 6-star sovereign first explained the competition rules for the first part of the qualification race for institute selection. Although all 9,000 of you have entered the selection list for the 9 Great Divine Institutes, which Divine Institute you can join will depend on your performance in the first part, the qualification race for institute selection. If you pass the qualification race for institute selection, then you will be able to choose the Divine Institute in which you wish to cultivate. However, if you don't pass the qualification race, then you will have to be chosen by one of the 9 Great Divine Institutes. Upon hearing this, all the candidates finally understood why the qualification race for institute selection was arranged. The 9,000 candidates on the field, presumably, most wanted to join the strongest Supreme Divine Institute, and the Supreme Divine Institute certainly wouldn't let everyone in at once. Thus, the qualification race for institute selection was a necessary competition. If you passed the qualification race for institute selection, you could choose your Divine Institute. Experience more on Freeweb novel. If you didn't pass the qualification race for institute selection, then you could only wait to be chosen by a Divine Institute. The competition for the qualification race for institute selection is quite simple. continued the six-star sovereign. Within the fourth round assessment area, there is a Qilin divine temple that houses 4 Qilin divine beasts. As long as you can defeat these 4 Qilin divine beasts, then you will pass the first part of the qualification race for institute selection. After that, you may choose to enter any divine institute you wish. Additionally, you will also be eligible to participate in the second part, the ultimate ranking battle. The ultimate ranking battle will add to the previous ranking points accumulated on the ranking screen, ultimately determining your final ranks in the exams of the 9 Great Divine Institutes, deciding who will be among the top 10 of the exams and who will be first. Lastly, the top 10 ranked, especially the first place, will receive special rewards from the 9 Great Divine Institutes. As for the ultimate ranking battle, I will explain it in detail to those who qualify after the qualification race for institute selection has ended. Now, everyone, follow me to the competition venue for the qualification race for institute selection, the Qilin Divine Temple. After the six-star sovereign had finished speaking, he waved his wide sleeve, and a staggering power enveloped all 9,000 candidates within it. A sovereign realm powerhouse indeed. Even Yi Chun couldn't resist being enveloped in the power of the six-star sovereign. And in the next moment, as if the heavens and earth had spun, 9,000 people were instantly transported to an immense temple located in the depths of the ancient battlefield, far from where they originally stood. The six-star sovereign's heaven and earth spinning divine skill was truly astonishing. While the 9,000 candidates were still marveling at the six-star sovereign's grand divine skill, they heard him point in the air, and the massive doors of the temple opened with a boom. Then the six-star sovereign said to everyone, "Enter!" All 9,000 flew into the grand temple. It was called a grand hall, but upon entering, one could see that it was in fact an immense world. Clearly, there were profound space laws at work here. What was even more astonishing was that at the heart of this vast world, one could see 4 colossal divine beasts, each lying within glowing halos emanating divine light. These 4 awe-inspiring divine beasts were a red Qilin, a blue Qilin, a green Qilin, and a purple Qilin. Even more shocking was the fact that these 4 Qilins were all exuding the divine might of God King level. Obviously, these 4 great Qilin divine beasts were all God King level divine beasts. My God, this round of selection for Divine Institute eligibility requires us to defeat these 4 Qilin divine beasts. These are God King level divine beasts. Although I don't know whether they are lower, middle, or upper God Kings, even a lower God King beast would be incredibly tough to handle. Countless true gods, gazing at the 4 imposing divine beasts lying on the ground at the center of the world, all gasped in astonishment. Only a few true gods like Yi Chun, Tianyu Bailing, and Mo Yuan, who possessed the absolute power to contend with God Kings, could remain somewhat composed. Seeing the fearful gazes of countless true gods, the six-star sovereign scoffed and said, "The 9 great divine institutes aren't simply for anyone who wishes to choose them. Most of you will only have to passively accept the divine institute's selection. Moreover, I must tell you that although you've definitely made it into the 9 great divine institutes already, if your performance is subpar, you can just as well be expelled after joining. So from now on, show your best and strive to make the elders of the divine institutes watching remember you." These 4 great Qilin divine beasts, the red Qilin is a fire Qilin, the blue Qilin is a water Qilin, the green Qilin is a wind Qilin, and the purple Qilin is a thunder Qilin. Due to their different attributes, these 4 Qilins have different combat styles, and this will truly test your fighting abilities. Examinees, from now on, it's time to show your performance. This round, because it determines whether or not you can select a divine institute, we won't calculate ranking scores. However, the order of the assessment will follow the sequence displayed on the ranking screen. The one ranked last will be the first to go for the assessment, and the one ranked first will go last. Now, Niefeng, ranked 9,000th, step forward. When the voice of the six-star sovereign fell, many gazes in the field directly turned toward a young true god. This young true god, dressed in brocaded robes, was the one from the Divine Kingdom's Western Territory currently ranked 9,000th, Niefeng. Hearing that he was to be the first to participate in the assessment, Niefeng's palms began to sweat with nervousness. Although he had managed to stand out from the tens of millions of examinees to reach the 9,000th rank, facing the 4 God King level divine beasts, he couldn't help feeling intimidated. However, being watched by the 6-star sovereign conducting the assessment, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and walk towards the 4 great divine beasts. First, you will battle the first Qilin divine beast, the Fire Qilin. The 6-star sovereign said to Niefeng, "Relax and do your best in the battle. They all have a combat token on them. Whether it is you who is in danger of being killed or them, the combat tokens will take immediate effect. If you are in danger of being killed, you will be eliminated, deemed to have failed this round of selection for Divine Institute eligibility, and relegated to the selected area. If they are in danger of being killed, they will be deemed defeated, and you will pass the assessment." As the 6-star sovereign spoke, with a wave of his hand, divine light emanated from the giant halo of the first Fire Qilin, instantly sweeping Niefeng into the large halo where the Fire Qilin was. Roar! Upon Niefeng's arrival within the halo, the Fire Qilin, with its fiery red body, seemed to sense an intruder. It leaped up from its lying position, its fur standing on end like blazing flames, and its eyes flashing like lightning as it stared directly at Niefeng. Being stared down by a 10,000-meter-tall beast, akin to a giant mountain, even a 9 tribulations true god like Niefeng found his limbs going weak. Although as a 9 tribulations true god he could easily shatter countless mountains, he was now facing a god-king level colossus. Of course, he felt fear. But without allowing Niefeng much time to prepare, the Fire Qilin, after locking eyes with Niefeng for a few breaths, suddenly shuddered its body and charged toward Niefeng. Chapter 753. What situation? Boom! It happened in the blink of an eye. The Fire Qilin instantly charged to Niefeng's side. Niefeng had just managed to release his divine power when he felt a strong force fling him aside, and he was transported out of the combat area amid a divine light. Eliminated. Took only one move. The Fire Qilin had defeated Niefeng. Thankfully, it was just an assessment. If it were a real fight, it would mean Niefeng had been instantly killed by the Fire Qilin. Niefeng didn't even have time to discern the Fire Qilin's moves and realm. Seeing that he had been transported out of the combat area and eliminated, Niefeng's face turned ashen. He finally realized the gap between himself and a powerful God-King level divine beast. Even though he performed well in the assessment of the 9 divine institutes, he was still far from being a true powerhouse. Niefeng fails, proceed to the selected zone for the defeated, and after the qualification assessment is over, you'll be assigned to one of the 9 divine institutes. The 6-star venerable overseeing the assessment glanced indifferently at Niefeng and, with a flick of his finger, transported Niefeng to the nearby elimination area. Then, the 6-star venerable turned his attention to another true god. Next up for the assessment, ranking 8,999, from the Divine Kingdom's northern region, Feng Yuan. Niefeng's instant defeat changed the expressions of the numerous true gods who had not yet taken part in the assessment. They hadn't anticipated that the Fire Qilin would be even more formidable than they imagined, and this was only the first of the divine beasts. Not only did they have to contend with the Fire Qilin, but they also faced the subsequent challenge of 3 other Qilins. Following Niefeng in the assessment lineup, the one ranked 8,999, Feng Yuan, a female true god clad in white soft divine armor, was visibly trembling with nervousness. In the end, she had to muster her courage to focus her eyes on the Fire Qilin she was about to battle. Upon being teleported into the combat area, Feng Yuan quickly drew a golden divine spear. This female true god, Feng Yuan, appeared petite but wielded a divine spear weapon. Moreover, this divine spear weapon was an extraordinary and supreme heaven-reaching divine artifact. It seems that this Feng Yuan has quite the background. Many heavenly divine venerables aren't even willing to equip their true god descendants with supreme heaven-reaching divine artifacts. Onlookers discussed among themselves as they watched Feng Yuan draw her divine spear. Outside the assessment area, among the countless martial artists observing the 9 Divine Institute's assessment, an immortal divine venerable grew a little nervous when he saw Feng Yuan preparing for her assessment. Yuaner is still young. Her ranking is low because she faced some setbacks while comprehending the bloodlight blade technique. However, her combat strength is still formidable. Even if she doesn't manage to withstand the 4 Qilin divine beasts, she ought to perform well, he said. While the immortal divine venerable's thoughts churned, inside the assessment grounds, the fire Qilin in the combat area had already charged straight at Feng Yuan. Whoosh! In an instant, Feng Yuan's figure vanished into thin air, and in the next moment, she reappeared above the fire Qilin's head. Then, the female true god pinched a spell with her hands, and her golden spear suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossus spanning 10,000 meters. Next, the heaven-reaching divine spear turned sharply and stabbed straight at the fire Qilin. Feng Yuan was not only extremely swift, but her combat skills were also incredibly formidable. Roar! Seeing Feng Yuan disappear, the fire Qilin's colossal body didn't stop for an instant, rotating to face the incoming spear thrust head-on. The fire Qilin exhaled a breath of flames, blocking the thrust from the sky-shocking long spear outright. When her first attack failed, Feng Yuan's expression changed as she pinched her fair hand, and the golden spear split into 2 and then 4, quickly multiplying into countless spears. Then, like a torrential sword rain from the heavens, they all plummeted down, targeting the massive fire Qilin below. At this moment, the fire Qilin let out a heavenward roar and chose not to breathe out flames to block the spears. Instead, its body shook violently, lighting up the divine glyphs that adorned it. The fire Qilin directly met the rain of spears, and eventually charged through, closing in on Feng Yuan. Bang! With a flick of its colossal paw, the fire Qilin flung Feng Yuan away at an unbelievable speed. The next moment, Feng Yuan was eliminated from the competition. Even after withstanding several moves, Feng Yuan was still eliminated. Seeing Feng Yuan's elimination caused many to sigh out loud. While watching Feng Yuan's defeat, Yichun softly shook his head. This female true god. A pity she couldn't fully activate the supreme heaven-reaching divine artifact spear in her possession. Otherwise, she needn't have feared this fire Qilin. Nevertheless, her performance was quite remarkable, and given her youthful appearance, she should garner interest from the Divine Institutes. As Yichun reflected, in the external area for Divine Institute elders, a female elder from the Taiqing Divine Institute turned her gaze toward Feng Yuan's elder, the immortal Divine Venerable, not far away. The descendant of Heavenly Divine Venerable seems fairly talented for her age. Her performance was decent enough, and considering she wishes to join the Taiqing Divine Institute, let's give her a chance to cultivate there this time, she murmured to herself. Defeated, Feng Yuan, weak-kneed, was eliminated from the combat area. But she didn't know that an elder from one of the 9 great divine institutes had taken notice of her, and that she had an opportunity to enter the institute of her choice. The assessment continued. Next, the more than 8,000 candidates took turns to battle against the 4 divine beast Qilins. The previous rankings, which generally reflected the combat power of the candidates, mostly meant that stronger candidates competed later. Of course, there were exceptions. Some true gods who had made minor mistakes earlier and were ranked lower shone in this final institute selection qualifier, with a few ranked within 2,000 or 3,000 managing to break through. Although their progress was difficult, since they passed the qualifier, they had the privilege of choosing their desired divine institutes, which naturally excited them greatly. However, such exceptions were few. By the time 8,990 candidates had competed, only leaving 10 left, only just over 200 had passed through the institute selection qualifier. This highlighted the difficulty of defeating the 4 divine beast Qilins. After more than 8,000 battles, everyone could see that the fire Qilin, wind Qilin, and water Qilin were all of lower God King level. Meanwhile, the Thunder Kirin was of the middle God King level. Even though the Thunder Kirin's abilities were heavily restricted, its lightning attributes sometimes made it stronger than many other middle God King level beasts. Many who defeated the Thunder Kirin and passed the Institute selection qualifier did so because their spells were specially tailored to counter it. As for the little provincial princess who previously ranked 26th, her performance was also remarkably eye-catching. Being the daughter of the glorious 8-star Venerable, the East Territory King, she naturally drew countless gazes. Even the elders of the 9 great divine institutes were considering that they would open their doors wide for the little provincial princess, should she wish to choose their institute. Still quite young and only at the 3 tribulations true god level, the little provincial princess could not confront the 4 divine beast Cheelants, even though her profound comprehension of the Bloodlight Blade technique earned her high assessment points and a high ranking. Even though she couldn't defeat the Cheelants, her performance in movement and combat techniques during the battle amazed many onlookers. They knew they couldn't have achieved this at the 3 tribulations true god level. In the end, though the little provincial princess was defeated, everyone knew she would definitely be admitted to the Supreme Divine Institute. That's because the 6-star Venerable overseeing the assessments from the 9 divine institutes had personally invited her to cultivate at the Supreme Divine Institute as soon as she finished her assessment. After glancing at Yi Chun and seeing him nod in approval of her performance, she giggled and announced her choice. She wanted to join the Supreme Divine Institute, the same one Yi Chun was joining. Lastly, the most eye-catching battles were those of the top 10 ranked candidates against the 4 divine beast Cheelants. After all, those capable of entering the top 10 were truly among the supreme elite within tens of millions of candidates. Moreover, all of them were at the 9 tribulations true god level. Even Yi Chun, who had originally been at the 8 tribulations level, had broken through to the 9 tribulations true god level during the earlier rounds. The battles of all 9 tribulations true gods against the 4 divine king level Cheelants were the center of attention for countless onlookers. It seemed as though these top 10 understood that the elders from the 9 great divine institutes were watching, as each showcased their strongest abilities, vying to outperform the others against the Cheelants. As the assessments proceeded, the audience was astonished to find that starting from the 10th place, these top contenders truly had the capability to battle across realms against divine king-level beasts, and they did so with ease. The 4th-ranked Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan each only used 1 technique to defeat the first 3 Cheelants and 3 techniques to easily defeat the last Thunder Kirin. The reason was that, in this assessment, reaching the objective was sufficient, and the assessment points were not a factor. Otherwise, many speculated that none of the 4 Cheelants taken together might match even a single move from Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan. But when the assessment reached the penultimate candidate, Yi Chun, who was second in ranking, not only did the on-site candidates hold their breath in anticipation. Even the Venerables who had shown scant interest in this round of Institute selection qualifiers sat up attentively. Yi Chun had shown exceptional performance in the previous rounds, was connected with the East Territory King, Northern Territory King, and Sovereign Shuechen, and had even provoked the Divine Dragon Mountain Sect Master, Qin Yuntian. His assessment was naturally a focus for countless onlookers, although it was known that Yi Chun would definitely make it through this round. Still, many were eager to see how he would overcome the opposition of the 4 divine beasts. What followed in Yi Chun's challenge left everyone utterly astonished and feeling it was beyond belief. As soon as Yi Chun entered the Fire Cheelant's battle area, the beast, which had been ferociously aggressive toward all candidates and seething with killing intent even in defeat, instantly prostrated itself before Yi Chun and became as docile as a kitten. It willingly activated the combat token to signify its own loss and obediently cleared a path to the next battle ring for Yi Chun. As Yi Chun entered the battle areas of the subsequent 3 Cheelants, without exception, not even the strongest Thunder Kirin dared to engage with him. They forfeited the fight without contesting. This scene shocked countless spectators into wondering, what's going on? Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan almost popped their eyes out. The 4 Cheelants had fought them ferociously, almost as if they wanted to tear them apart. Yet they behaved submissively like pets in front of Yi Chun. The disparity was simply too huge. Chapter 754 – The Allegiance of the Divine Institute. Although Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan both had successfully passed the challenge of the 4 Cheelan divine beasts, even if they passed the challenge with ease, it simply couldn't compare to Yi Chun, who passed the challenge without lifting a finger. Even though they had defeated the 4 Cheelants, the divine beasts still dared to battle them, clearly viewing them as peers. But before Yichun, the four God King level Qilins were as docile as could be, obviously regarding Yichun as a senior. This differential treatment naturally filled both Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan with disbelief, nearly causing them to spit out blood in frustration. They never imagined that Yi Chen's passage through the challenge would result in this outcome. It once again made them feel as if they were a head shorter than Yi Chen in front of countless others. The area of the divine Miao Peak where the 10 true god maidens were located. At this moment, the 10 maidens were staring with their rosy lips slightly agape, somewhat dazed. Except for Xuaningning, who ranked first and had yet to battle the 4 Qilin divine beasts. The other 9 maidens had already faced them in battle. They knew all too well that these Qilin divine beasts were no domestic cats. They couldn't possibly be so submissive. The problem must lie with Yi Chen. It must be due to some reason related to Yi Chen that made the 4 God King level Qilin divine beasts so fearful and so tame. Yi Chen really is somewhat magical, Xuaningning said, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Even though she currently ranked first on the leaderboard, she knew that when it was her turn to face the 4 Qilin divine beasts, she couldn't possibly perform better than Tianyu Bailing and the others, let alone reach the miraculous level of Yi Chen. The evaluators in the field were shocked, and many sovereigns and divine venerables outside the field were similarly astonished. They knew that if it were them, only with the formidable combat power of a divine venerable would they be able to subdue the 4 Qilin divine beasts in such a manner. But Yi Chen was merely a 9 tribulations true god, yet he managed to make 4 God King level divine beasts so fearful. Could it be that Yi Chen possessed the awe-inspiring presence of a divine venerable's level? That was simply impossible. Only a few truly supreme sovereigns in the field, such as Sovereign Xuechen, the Northern Territory King, and the East Territory King, had their divine sens extended into the evaluation area. After carefully sensing the aura that made the 4 Qilin divine beasts fear Yi Chen, they finally understood the reason why the 4 God King level divine beasts were so fearful. These sovereigns detected an aura of Qilin divine blood in Yi Chen that was even purer than that of the 4 God King level Qilin divine beasts. Could it be that Yi Chen has merged the divine blood of a Qilin divine beast that is even more powerful? Could it be at the level of a divine venerable or even a sovereign's? Such a high-level Qilin divine beast doesn't even exist in the entire Wanmu Mountain divine nation. So how could Yi Chen have merged with it? The several sovereigns exchanged glances, their hearts trembling. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was in the middle of the evaluation, felt no less shocked than anyone else. Others might not know why the Qilin divine beasts feared him, but Yi Chen was very clear about it. Indeed, on Yi Chen's body was an aura of Qilin divine blood, purer than that of any of the 4 God King level Qilins present. That aura originated from one of the 5 great divine bloods that Yi Chen merged into his body when he cultivated the primordial star scripture from the beginning. Initially, when Yi Chen cultivated the primordial chapter of the primordial star scripture, he merged 5 drops of divine blood from the star's tower, specifically the azure dragon divine blood, white tiger divine blood, vermilion bird divine blood, black turtle divine blood, and Qilin divine blood, and among them, the Qilin divine blood, although just a single drop, had merged into Yi Chen's body, making the 4 God King level Qilin divine beasts before him extremely fearful. Yi Chen cultivated the 5 great divine bloods and later the 5 great divine arts, and eventually brought all the divine arts to their ultimate state, breaking through the Taiyuan chapter and cultivating to the current primordial chapter. Yi Chen had never thought that the single drop of Qilin divine blood he obtained back then would be so extraordinary. The 5 great divine bloods were left by the ZG Star Lord. Although there was only 1 drop for each, it was only for my cultivation of the primordial star scripture. But probably the origin of this drop is absolutely unimaginable. Otherwise, these Qilin divine beasts wouldn't be so fearful. Yi Chen guessed at the origins of the Qilin divine blood, while feeling increasingly shaken by the power of ZG Star Lord, a being who transcended sovereigns. Just a single drop of divine blood left in the star's tower was enough to instill such fear in God King level divine beasts. The actual strength of ZG Star Lord himself was simply beyond imagination. However, despite the shock, the evaluation had to continue. When the 4 Qilin divine beasts didn't dare to engage Yi Chun in battle, allowing him to walk out of the 4 evaluation rings with incredible ease, Yi Chun also looked towards the 6-star sovereign in the void who was presiding over the evaluation. Elder, I wonder if this counts as passing this round of the Institute selection contest? Yi Chun asked the 6-star sovereign in the void. The 6-star sovereign at this moment was still somewhat stunned. He knew the origins of these 4 Qilin divine beasts better than anyone else, and he had never seen them this docile before. Seeing the 6-star sovereign in a daze, Yi Chun spoke again. Senior, if this doesn't count as passing the assessment, I wouldn't mind taking the test again. However, I'm afraid the subjects of the assessment will have to change since these Qilin divine beasts are simply unwilling to battle me. Yi Chun certainly wasn't afraid of such an assessment and looked indifferently at the 6-star sovereign who was presiding over it. At this moment, the 6-star sovereign being stared at by Yi Chun also snapped out of his daze, glanced at Yi Chun, and then looked outside, as if seeking the opinion of several more powerful sovereigns outside the assessment area. When he saw Sovereign Xuechen outside nod at him, the 6-star sovereign smiled and said to Yi Chun, Yi Chun, you've made the 4 Qilin divine beasts admit defeat in this round. You've certainly passed the assessment. Let's wait for the Institute selection competition to finish completely before we start the final, ultimate ranking battle. Hearing what the 6-star sovereign had said, Yi Chun smiled and nodded before returning to the side of the little provincial princess. Big brother Yi Chun. Seeing Yi Chun return, the little provincial princess's eyes shone like stars. How did you manage to make those big guys so afraid? The little provincial princess quietly chatted with Yi Chun through divine sense. Yi Chun also completed the Institute selection qualifying assessment, and the only one who had not participated in this assessment was Xuaningning from Divine Miao Peak, currently ranked first. When Xuaningning went down to the field and saw the 4 Qilin divine beasts, the Fire Qilin, Water Qilin, Wind Qilin, and Thunder Qilin all launch attacks at her. Although Xuaningning also easily defeated the 4 Qilin divine beasts, everyone once again realized that it wasn't that the Qilin divine beasts had a problem, but rather due to Yi Chun's divine marvel that the previous assessment for Yi Chun turned out that way. After Xuaningning had passed her assessment, out of the 9,000 examiners, only 223 people managed to pass the Institute selection qualification. The remaining 8,777 people were not qualified to actively choose among the 9 great divine institutes. Then, the 6-star sovereign presiding over the assessment spoke to all the examiners. Now that you've completed the Institute selection competition, and the results are out. Now, let's determine everyone's divine institute affiliation. As he said this, the 6-star sovereign nodded gently towards the outside, and from the 9 great divine institutes elders area, a sovereign realm elder stood up and appeared beside the 6-star sovereign with a swift motion. The 6-star sovereign said to all the examiners, these 9 elders are the disciple recruitment elders of the 9 great divine institutes. Now, let's start by having these 9 elders select the disciples they want from the 8,777 Institute selection competition losers. Let's start with Elder Zhao from the Supreme Divine Institute making his selection. Hearing that the elders of the 9 great divine institutes were about to select disciples directly, more than 8,000 examiners who had not passed the Institute selection competition became nervous. Unlike Yi Chun and the other 200 or so people who could choose their divine institutes, they could only wait for the elders of the divine institutes to select them. This situation naturally made them anxious. Elder Zhao, the disciple recruitment elder from the Supreme Divine Institute, was a 5-star sovereign. As Elder Zhao stepped forward, his gaze swept over the more than 8,000 examiners. The 9 great divine institutes will select disciples in rounds, with each taking turns to select 10 people at first, and then proceeding to the second and third rounds of selection. This round, the disciples I choose are the little provincial princess Feng Luo, Luo Yuanfeng from the Southern Territory, Wang Chan from the Northern region. Elder Zhao directly named a list of 10 people. When Feng Luo was selected to join the Supreme Divine Institute, Yi Chun patted the little head of the little provincial princess beside him, smiling and nodding. After the Supreme Divine Institute's Elder Zhao selected 10 disciples, the other great divine institutes such as Taigang, Taiching, Taiwu, and so on each picked 10 disciples in turn. Then, starting again with the Supreme Divine Institute, they continued to choose the disciples they wanted. After several rounds, the 8,777 disciples were finally allocated among the 9 great divine institutes. Next, it was time for Yichun, Xuaningning, Tianyu Bailing, and the other 223 examiners who had the privilege to choose their divine institutes, to decide on their preferred institutes. This process was even quicker. Everyone simply reported the divine institute they wished to join. Without much of a surprise of the 223 people in the arena, nearly 190 chose to join the Supreme Divine Institute, ranked first among the 9 great divine institutes. The remaining 30 or so chose other great divine institutes with which they had some affiliation. Yichun, of course, joined the Supreme Divine Institute. In the end, the top 9,000 all had their divine institute affiliations settled. However, the entire assessment process of the 9 great divine institutes hadn't finished yet because the ultimate ranking and the final first place were yet to be determined. Yichun had not completely fulfilled the first request from Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King, which was to take first place in the 9 great divine institutes assessment. Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan were also waiting for the final showdown with Yichun. At this moment, the 6-star sovereign presiding over the assessment looked at the 223 people who had passed the institute selection competition, focusing on Yichun, Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and others as he spoke. All right, now that everyone has decided on their divine institutes. Next, let's proceed to the final highlight of this 9 great divine institutes assessment, the ultimate ranking battle. Chapter 755, Polar Star Tower and Star Card. Ultimate ranking competition. Upon hearing these 5 words, among the more than 200 people present, quite a few were noticeably invigorated. Many of them were exceptionally powerful martial artists among the tens of millions being assessed this time, and they had absolute confidence in their ability to join one of the 9 great god academies. The previous assessments hadn't worried them in the slightest. What they cared about most, of course, was this final ranking, the ultimate battle. After all, securing a good ranking in the 9 great god academies assessment, especially being in the top 10 or even first place, wasn't just about the honor of joining the god academies, it was about making a name for oneself throughout the entire divine kingdom. Joining the 9 great god academies was only the beginning. They naturally wanted to enter the god academies with an imposing presence and a formidable reputation, to ensure that even the senior disciples would not dare to underestimate them. In the crowd, Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan were the most excited. It's here. The final showdown has finally arrived. Tianyu Bailing's eyes flickered as he glanced sidelong at Yichun. Although he had been profoundly shaken by Yichun's performance, he was equally discontented, as he had not yet had the chance to face Yichun in combat. To concede defeat without even fighting was something Tianyu Bailing was unwilling to accept. He still remembered what his grandfather had told him, that if he took first place, he would receive a supreme heavenly divine treasure from Divine Dragon Mountain. A supreme heavenly divine treasure. Tianyu Bailing naturally wanted it, and to obtain this supreme heavenly divine treasure, he had to defeat Yichun, defeat everyone, and seize the first place. Mo Yuan, too, was more solemn than he had ever been before. The others might not know, but Mo Yuan was clear that his true strength had yet to be fully unleashed. In the prior assessments, whether it was comprehending the Bloodlight Blade technique or braving the Wind Origin Tower, he hadn't pushed himself to his limit. But in this final first-place battle, he would certainly hold nothing back. Because this was his only chance to show his true power. The one who attracted the most attention in the arena was Yichun. Because countless people knew that Yichun would definitely launch an all-out assault for the first place in the 9 Great God Academies assessment. After all, this was the demand of both Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King. If others failed to take first place, it might not mean much, but if Yichun didn't secure first place, he would face confinement by the 2 sovereigns for 10,000 years. This naturally brought numerous gazes to rest on Yichun. Quite a few even thought that if Yichun failed to take first place in the end, no matter how well he had performed before, it would all be for naught. At this moment, Yichun, who was seemingly under immense pressure, did not appear worried or flustered as others might have expected. Instead, his expression remained calm, his eyes even more radiant with determination, striving for first place in the 9 Great God Academies assessment. Yi Chun naturally had to compete for it, not only because it was the first of the 3 demands made by the 2 sovereigns, which he had to fulfill, but also because, unknown to everyone else, just as the 6-star sovereign announced the final ultimate ranking competition, Yi Chun had finally heard a voice. A voice regarding the 3rd stage of the God King's legacy left behind by Sovereign Feng Luo. The God King's legacy had stated that Yi Chun would have to pass 3 stages of trials in this assessment to truly qualify for the God King's legacy. Yi Chun had already completed the first 2 stages of the trial, in the blood-slaying blade technique training and the braving of the Wind Origin Tower, even acquiring 2 items in his Sea of Qi, the miniature blood-drinking divine blade and the miniature polar elemental divine bead. Yi Chun had been waiting for the 3rd stage of the trial to commence. The selection for the God Academies had passed without incident, so Yi Chun knew that the 3rd stage of the trial must be related to the final battle of the 9 Great God Academies. And just as Yi Chun had anticipated, the requirement of the 3rd stage of the trial was that he had to take first place in the assessment of the 9 Great God Academies. Only after he secured first place would he qualify to receive the God King's legacy left by Sovereign Feng Luo on Heavenly God Mountain. Whether it was the 2 sovereigns' demand or the requirement of the God King's legacy, Yi Chun had to take first place, and naturally, he would not give up. He was determined to claim that top spot. In the past, even when Yi Chun was only an 8-tragedy martial artist, he had this confidence. Now that he had transformed into a 9-tragedy martial artist, with his divine power many times stronger, Yi Chun was even more confident. At this time, many eyes were also focused on Xuaningning, who was currently ranked first. Many were concerned whether Xuaningning could maintain her position at the very top. Xuaningning from the mysterious divine Miao Peak was smiling lightly at this moment. It was unclear whether she was indifferent to being first, or if she had an inexplicable confidence in the upcoming struggle for first place among the 9 divine academies. As the more than 200 candidates harbored their own thoughts, the 6-star sovereign presiding over the 9 divine academies examination resumed speaking. Judging by everyone's expressions, you must be greatly looking forward to the ultimate ranking competition. Then I won't keep you in suspense any longer and will announce directly how this ultimate ranking competition will proceed. The ultimate ranking competition is quite simple, consisting of only 2 steps. The first step is to determine the top 10, and the second step is to determine the first place. The way to carry out the first step is as follows. The top 10 names currently displayed on the ranking screen in the arena will be the default placeholders for the top 10, and all the others can challenge any of the top 10. Every individual has only one chance to challenge. If you win, you take their place, directly seizing the top 10 position and the examination points. If you lose, you're automatically eliminated and forfeit your chance to compete for the top 10. Of course, if any of the current top 10 are defeated and replaced, they too will have one chance to challenge others among the top 10. Once everyone has completed their challenges, the top 10 will be automatically determined. These 10 individuals will be the top contenders of this Divine Academy examination. After the top 10 have been decided, the battle for the first place will begin. The method to contend for first place is for the top 10 to fight in pairs. The victor directly obtains half of the examination points of the other party, while the loser forfeits half of their examination points. In the end, after all the top 10 have faced each other, the examination points of every individual will be tallied, and the one with the most points will be the primary candidate for first place in the 9 Divine Academies examination. Why is it that the one with the most examination points is only the primary candidate for first place? Because the 9 Divine Academies require an absolute first place, who must not lose a single battle in the earlier pairings. If someone did lose a match but still occupies the first place due to having more examination points, they cannot be considered the true first place of the 9 Divine Academies examination, and can only be the primary candidate. Only the one with an unbeaten record, defeating all of their opponents with absolute victory, can claim the true first place of the 9 Divine Academies examination. As he said this, the 6-star sovereign's gaze swept over the crowd. In the past, there have been many instances during the examination where contenders for the top 10 achieved 8 wins and 1 loss, becoming the primary candidate for first place, but not securing the true first place of the Divine Academy examination. I hope that this time, one of you will emerge as the true first place. As the sovereign concluded, his gaze settled entirely on Yi Chun. Hearing the sovereign's words, Yi Chun nodded. Tian Yu Bailing and Mo Yuan also clenched their fists. They, of course, wanted to be the true first place, the one who triumphs in all the top 10 battles. Of course, the top 10 ranking and the first place are not just about rankings. As I've mentioned before, those who make it into the top 10 and the true first place in the Divine Academy examination will receive special rewards from the 9 Divine Academies. Now, I will announce what exactly these rewards are. The 6-star sovereign extended his hand as he spoke, and directly in his palm appeared 11 cards. As Yi Chun looked at these 11 cards, he saw that each card was inlaid with tiny divine beads, making the cards seem to emit a star-like glow. Even more astonishing was that 10 of the cards were golden, while one was an incredibly mysterious shade of black gold. When they saw these 11 cards, many of the candidates' eyes trembled, evidently recognizing the origin of these cards. And upon seeing the sole black gold card, the breathing of many became rushed. Certainly, this one black gold card had an unbelievable origin. Many of you must recognize these cards, the 6-star sovereign said, holding the 11 cards out towards the crowd. That's right, these cards are the star cards that have a great effect on cultivation within the 9 Divine Academies. Seeing that many didn't know what these star cards meant, the sovereign explained. Within the 9 Divine Academies, there is a realm for cultivation jointly created by the elders of the Divine Academy's sovereign level called the Polar Star Tower. Once you enter the 9 Divine Academies, you will understand the marvels of the Polar Star Tower. This Polar Star Tower is extraordinarily precious, and naturally, the opportunity to cultivate within it is equally valuable. With so many disciples in the Divine Academies, it's obviously not possible for everyone to train there every day. And these star cards are the tokens required to enter the Polar Star Tower. Every disciple of the 9 Divine Academies will receive a white star card upon entry. Only by completing various cultivation tasks set by the Divine Academies can disciples earn star card points to load onto their star cards. Each time one enters the Polar Star Tower, depending on the level they reach inside, a different amount of star card points is consumed, and those with the white star cards can only enter the lowest 3 levels of the Polar Star Tower for cultivation. Many disciples of the Divine Academies cannot accumulate enough star card points in a whole year to enter the Polar Star Tower even once. As he spoke, the sovereign took out one of the 10 golden cards. This golden card here comes with 100,000 star card points already in it and grants access to the top 9 levels of the Polar Star Tower. Just possessing it allows you many opportunities to cultivate within the Polar Star Tower. This golden card is the reward for the top 10 of this 9 Divine Academies examination. Many martial artists who have cultivated for countless years in the Divine Academies do not have the means to obtain a golden star card. This card is incredibly precious, and you should all strive earnestly to earn it. Of course, the most precious is this black gold star card in my hand. Finally, the sovereign took out the single black gold card. This star card does not contain any star card points, because with it, one can enter the Polar Star Tower for cultivation at any time without the need to expend any points, without any restrictions at all, and it's even possible to reach all 18 levels for cultivation. Possession of this card means possessing a lifetime opportunity to cultivate in the Polar Star Tower. Only those who have made significant contributions to the Divine Academies or truly exceptional talents are awarded this card. And this card is the exclusive reward for the true first place of this 9 Divine Academies examination. Chapter 756- The Ultimate Showdown. Black Gold Star Card. When people saw those 10 golden cards worth 100,000 star card points each, many were already green with envy. But upon hearing that this black gold star card could grant a lifetime of cultivation opportunities at the Polar Star Tower, countless people couldn't help but wish they could get their hands on the black gold star card right away. Owning this card meant a huge opportunity for their cultivation at the 9 major divine institutes. Of course, everyone wanted it, especially some of the individuals in the competition who were eager to claim the top spot in the Divine Institute's assessment, like Tianyu Bailing's Mo Yuan and others, whose eyes were shining brightly. Being descendants of divine venerable powerhouses, they had certainly heard of the Black Gold Star card and knew its value. A Black Gold Star card. Rumor has it that not many have been issued throughout the 9 divine institutes, and many powerful and extraordinary god kings and even divine venerables don't possess one. Who would have thought it would be the exclusive reward for taking first place in the Divine Institute's assessment this time? The Divine Institutes are being all too generous this time. In past years, the top prize for the Divine Institute's assessment wasn't this precious. The best one would get is a golden card. Tianyu Bailing's Mo Yuan looked at the black gold card in the 6-star sovereign's hand, his eyes blazing with eagerness. Xuanning, who had not shown much interest in vying for the top of the Divine Institute's assessments, just smiled faintly all along. However, when she saw the black gold card, Xuanning's beautiful eyes also flashed keenly. It's the most precious cultivation card of the 9 Divine Institutes, the Black Gold Star card. It seems I really need to put in the effort for first place in this Divine Institute's assessment. If I can win this card, my cultivation will progress faster and returning to Divine Miao Peak will happen much sooner. However, claiming first place won't be easy. I'm not afraid of Tianyu Bailing or Mo Yuan, but Yi Chen, he always seems so inscrutable. In the end, Xuanning's gaze gently turned towards Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen's eyes were also fixed on the black gold card in the 6-star sovereign's hand. Polar Star Tower? Star card. I may not know much about many things in the Divine Institutes, but it seems their training competition is quite interesting. Outside the arena, when they saw the exclusive reward for being first in this Divine Institute's assessment was actually a black gold star card, many disciples from the 9 Divine Institutes were stunned. Training in the Divine Institutes, they naturally knew the value of this black gold star card. They could never have imagined that such a treasured card would be given as a reward for the first place in the selection of new disciples. Probably, this exclusive reward is related to Yi Chen. After all, Sovereign Xuechen is the top expert in the Divine Institutes, and she has demanded that Yi Chen take first place in the assessment. Perhaps because of Long Li, she specifically made this card available. The disciples from the 9 Divine Institutes, including Lin Xiaowan and Mu Ling, began to speculate. A black gold card. When I obtained one through boundless effort and labor, the Divine Institutes now simply use one as a reward for being first in their assessment. How incredibly generous. That Yi Chen, he definitely cannot be allowed to get his hands on this card. Otherwise, if he enters the Polar Star Tower for cultivation, his growth will be even more rapid. Yang Yun, who had become the first on the God King list following Long Li's promotion to the Divine Venerable Realm and disappearance from the list, spoke resentfully. Considering Yi Chen an enemy, he certainly did not wish for Yi Chen to acquire this incredibly valuable card. It must be at the request of Sovereign Xuechen or the Northern Territory King that the Divine Institutes have made a black gold card, the exclusive reward of the assessment. It definitely has to be for Yi Chen. Yi Chen really has dog's luck. If not for Long Li, I would never believe that 2 divine venerables would favor him so. Yang Yun, who was beside Yang Yen, felt even more jealous when he thought of the beautiful and peerless Long Li having feelings for Yi Chen. But even if the 2 divine venerables have offered up this priceless black gold star card, I'm sure Yi Chen won't get it. I can't believe he could get past both Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan. Yang Yan's eyes flickered as he silently spoke to himself. At that moment, Divine Dragon Mountain's sect leader Qin Yuntian was also looking towards Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King. Clearly, he shared the same thoughts as Yang Yun and Yang Yen, that the black gold card was specifically intended for Yi Chen by the 2 divine venerables. This kid, having found favor with 2 divine venerable masters, is indeed fortunate. However, to acquire the black gold star card, he will still need to demonstrate his own skill. In the end, Qin Yuntian's gaze returned to Yi Chen, filled with enmity. His own kinsman Qin Feng had died at the hands of Yi Chen, and many real gods of Divine Dragon Mountain had been eliminated by Yi Chen in the assessment, causing Divine Dragon Mountain's ranking in the Divine Institute's assessment to plummet, with only a few making it into the top 200. Divine Dragon Mountain had truly lost face this time. This naturally intensified Qin Yuntian's hatred towards Yi Chen. Contrary to Qin Yuntian's displeasure, at this moment, the East Territory King's face was filled with smiles. The young princess smoothly entered the Divine Institute, and Yi Chen's performance was also absolutely perfect. The East Territory King was completely satisfied. At this moment, the East Territory King was just looking forward to Yi Chen clinching the title of #1 in the final ranking of the 9 Great Institutes, ending the assessment of the 9 Great Institutes perfectly. The exclusive reward of the Black Gold card? In the eyes of the East Territory King, it was already in the bag for Yi Chen. The East Territory King believed that Yi Chen could achieve this. At this time, Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King, the focus of many gazes, remained utterly unmoved. They were the pinnacle figures of the entire divine nation. Naturally, they feared no idle gossip from anyone, and their decisions were like divine decrees from the heavens, beyond anyone's reproach. The Northern Territory King merely looked at Yi Chen, muttering to himself, "Yi Chen, this time I have brought out the opportunity for the inheritance of our predecessor Feng Luo, and Sovereign Xuechen has brought out the Black Gold card as well. All this is because Lear is very fond of you and acknowledges you greatly. You haven't disappointed us so far. Don't let us down in this final test. 10 golden cards and 1 most precious Black Gold card. The rewards for the top 10 and the first place, once revealed, caused countless tremors inside and outside the assessment realm. Seeing that the incentives were effective, the 6-star venerable overseeing the assessment of the 9 institutes nodded and put the 11 cards away once again. These cards will be distributed after the assessment ends. Now that all the rules for the assessment have been stated, let's begin the final ultimate ranking battle. As the 6-star venerable spoke, he waved his hand grandly, and immediately the sky roared as 10 grand aerial platforms appeared out of thin air. Now, persons ranked in the top 10 in the ranking screen, as the current front 10 placeholder, go first to the aerial platforms. The remaining 213 who passed through qualifying battles and entered the last round ultimate ranking battle follow the ranking order from lowest to highest, picking someone from the top 10 to challenge, launching an assault on the top 10. As the voice of the 6-star venerable fell, Yi Chen, Xuaningning, Tianyu Bailing, Mo Yuan, and other top 10 on the ranking screen immediately moved and arrived atop the 10 aerial platforms. The rest of the 200+ who could participate in the ultimate ranking battle were directly below the platforms, and among them the very last-ranked true god of 9 tribulations promptly stepped forward. The first step of the ultimate ranking battle, the fight for the top 10, had finally begun. The first 9 tribulations true god to step forward for a challenge chose to battle the martial artist ranked 10th in the middle of the arena. As a result, after a very short duration of battle, this challenger directly suffered defeat. Then, the next person also stood up to initiate a challenge towards the top 10. As battles ensued one after another, countless people noticed that almost all challengers were opting to challenge those ranked 10th, 9th, and 8th in the top 10. There were exceedingly few challenges against the first few ranks. After all, those occupying the top ranks on the ranking screen, like Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan, were extremely renowned figures. Those fighting for the top 10 naturally didn't dare to contend with such figures. Only a dozen or so martial artists who wanted to spar with Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan dared to challenge them a few times. And when all the challenges were over, and the final top 10 were determined, everyone realized that not a single person had dared to challenge Yi Chen. Over 200 challengers vying for the top 10, yet not one of them initiated a challenge against Yi Chen, which was certainly very eye-catching. However, upon careful consideration, everyone came to a realization. Yi Chen's performance in the previous rounds was well known to all, whether in the first round of the Great Elimination, where he eliminated 100 true gods from Divine Dragon Mountain in one fell swoop, being the first to break into the second round showing formidable strength. or his shocking comprehension of the bloodlight blade technique during the second-round ranking battles, the sole person to make it to the fourth floor of the assessment ancient tomb, or during the third round's charge through the wind origin tower, where he broke into the sixth floor of the tower with the fastest speed, and in the end, reached the awe-inspiring pinnacle of becoming a Nine Tribulations true god. Everyone knew how formidable Yi Chun was. Compete for the top 10? Of course. They'd rather spar with Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan than dare to contest against Yi Chun. The awe for Yi Chun amongst countless assessors was written all over their faces. This made Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan, who were also in the top 10, increasingly aggravated. However, as much as they were annoyed, they suppressed it, because with the top 10 decided, the final battle for the ultimate rankings top place was about to begin. Competing for the number 1 from the top 10 involved one-on-one combat. They all had a chance to face Yi Chun. Annoyed with Yi Chun? They could only prove themselves with their strength. Otherwise, any show of bitterness followed by defeat would only make them the laughingstock. At that moment, the 6-star venerable hosting the assessment from the 9 institutes, seeing the more than 200 challengers and the remaining 10 standing on the platform of the top 10, declared, "Now, since the top 10 have been decided, you 10 will each receive a golden star card. Now, begin the pairwise battles to compete for the first place. I announce the first bout of contestants. Yi Chun versus Mo Yuan, Xuanning versus Tianyu Bailing." As this 6-star venerable announced the first pairings for the battle to determine the winner of the 9 institutes assessment, many people were astounded. They hadn't expected that the battle would start with a peak confrontation among the 4 strongest members of the top 10. Chapter 757- Sweep.
Yi Chun, Mo Yuan, Zhu Ningning, Tianyu Bailing.
Mo Yuan and Tianyu Bailing, descendants of 2 8-star venerables, were the most favored to win the championship before the start of the assessment by the 9 great divine institutes. Xuanning, on the other hand, occupied the first ranking on the ranking screen and was the successor from the immensely mysterious divine Miao Peak. And Yi Chun, he was the most closely watched young man throughout the entire assessment of the 9 great divine institutes, whether it was the 3 demands made by the 2 great venerables before the competition or his exceptional performance that surpassed countless others during the matches. He attracted countless attention. Many people originally thought that these 4 would face each other later in the tournament. Unexpectedly, at the start of the ultimate ranking match, they ended up facing each other in pairs. This also meant that after this round of combat, 2 of them would definitely be eliminated from the contention for first place in the assessment of the 9 great divine institutes. After all, to become the true champion of the 9 great divine institutes assessment, one must achieve victory in every battle, and among these 4, 2 would decidedly be the losers. Yi Chun was to battle Mo Yuan, while Xuanning was to face Tianyu Bailing. Who would take the lead in the first battle, and who would lose hope of vying for first place after the first encounter? Countless people were fixated on the outcomes of these 2 pairings, completely ignoring the other 3 pairs in the top 10. Upon hearing who their opponents were, Mo Yuan and Tianyu Bailing's eyes shone brilliantly as they directly looked towards Yi Chun and Xuanning. Both of them were determined to win the first place, obviously knowing that in this battle, they had to triumph over their opponents. At that moment, Yi Chun and Xuanning, who were being stared at by Mo Yuan and Tianyu Bailing, were both calm, as if unaffected by who their opponents were, with no trace of distress on their faces. Now, the 5 pairs of 2-to-2 opponents, please step onto the battle platforms and begin the duel. Xuanning and Tianyu Bailing, to platform number 3. Yi Chun and Mo Yuan, to platform number 2. Wang Chun and Sikong Ao, to platform number 4. The 6-star venerable hosting the assessment waved his hand, and suddenly 5 enormous spatial platforms appeared in the void. He didn't give the top 10 much time to prepare. As soon as he announced the matchups, he allocated the battle platforms and announced the start of the combat. Whoosh! 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 The top 10 instantly flew in pairs towards the 5 spatial platforms. Yi Chun and Mo Yuan were on the second platform from the left, while Tianyu Bailing and Xuanning were on the central platform number 3 of the 5 platforms. The 5 grand platforms spanned tens of thousands of zhang within the sky, spaced apart from each other. Nevertheless, almost all gazes were gathered on platforms 2 and 3, on Yichun and Mo Yuan, and on Xuaningning and Tianyu Bailing. And in the next moment, the top 10's combat powers burst forth on the 5 platforms, commencing the first battles for the initial contest of strength. Before the matches began, everyone believed that in the battles between Yichun and Mo Yuan, and Xuaningning and Tianyu Bailing, the odds of victory were evenly split. However, once the fierce battles truly commenced, everyone was astonished to find that their predictions were wrong. The 2 focus battles between Yichun and Mo Yuan, and Xuaningning and Tianyu Bailing, turned out to be the first 2 of the 5 matches to conclude. Xuaningning and Tianyu Bailing's battle lasted for only 30-some breaths before it ended. The result was that Tianyu Bailing, whom many people had regarded as the hot favorite to win the championship, lost directly to Xuaningning, and it was evident that Xuaningning won with remarkable ease. Although many had high hopes for Xuaningning, as she was the one ranked first on the ranking screen, more people were betting on Tianyu Bailing. After all, Xuaningning had attained first place by performing better than Tianyu Bailing in comprehending the Bloodlight Blade technique. But in the true test of combat power within the Wind Origin Tower, Xuaningning hadn't progressed as quickly as Tianyu Bailing. Many believed that while Xuaningning's understanding was extraordinarily high, her combat power might be somewhat weaker than Tianyu Bailing's. But what they didn't expect at all was that Tianyu Bailing was no match for Xuaningning. Of course, the surprise at that moment wasn't about Tianyu Bailing's defeat. Because relatively speaking, compared to Xuaningning and Tianyu Bailing's battle that lasted over 30 breaths, the other focus battle between Yichun and Mo Yuan had ended even sooner. The confrontation between Yichun and Mo Yuan was over in just 10 breaths, and the actual results of the combat shook countless people. Mo Yuan, a hot favorite for the championship and legendary to be a match for many high-ranking god kings, was utterly no opponent for Yichun. From the first move, Yichun completely suppressed him, and in merely 3 moves, Mo Yuan was defeated. Moreover, it was evident to everyone that Yichun had not even used his full strength. Mo Yuan had already brought out his life-bound weapon, a glacial halberd, but Yichun did not even use a weapon, relying solely on his tremendous combat strength and an astonishing divine technique to overpower Mo Yuan with his bare hands. The 2 peak showdowns concluded with one-sided results. The 2 hot favorites before the match, Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan, unexpectedly lost the fight for the true qualifications to be the number 1 of the 9 great divine institutes. This had taken everyone by surprise. It left Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan, who lost, with faces ashen with defeat. On the outside, it made the 2 8-star venerable elders of the 2, as well as Qin Yuntian, the lord of the divine dragon mountain who held a grudge against Yichun, and Yang Yun and Yang Yen, ranked 1st and 3rd on the God King leaderboard, all feel a sudden constriction in their chests. These people wanting to thwart Yichun's claim to first place lost their confidence right at the first match. And in contrast to these dark expressions, the area where Lin Xiaowan, Mu Ling, Mu Xiao, Hong Ming, and Hong Yi, who were close to Yichun, stood, was full of cheers and jubilation. Yichun even took down Mo Yuan. Many people saw that Yichun truly has the strength to compete for the first place in the 9 great divine academies. It is unbelievably powerful. With just one move, the victor is instantly decided. Even several venerables, the East Territory King, Southern Territory King, Sovereign Xuechen, and Northern Territory King, also rarely smiled and nodded their approval. At this time, the young ladies from Divine Miao Peak, seeing Xuaningning win against Tianyu Bailing, also revealed sweet smiles on their pretty faces. Ningning, you truly are formidable, just as formidable as Yichun. It seems that the competition for the first place in the 9 great divine academies will come down to who is stronger between Ningning and Yichun. I know that Ningning has not yet shown her full strength, and judging from his performance, Yichun also hasn't used his full strength. Meanwhile, the 2 absolute centers of the arena, Yichun and Xuaningning, smiled and nodded to each other after seeing the results of the match. After the conclusion of 2 pinnacle battles, the 3 matches on the 3 stages below also successively came to an end. In the end, The first round of pairs among the top 10, with 5 victors and 5 losers, was determined. The victors directly took half of the assessment points from the losers. After winning half of Mo Yuan's assessment points, Yi Chen's total assessment points had reached an astonishing 546,150 points, although still slightly behind Xuanning, who had taken half of Tianyu Bailing's points, reaching a total of 563,700 points. He had already put a sizable distance between himself and the others. This round of competition meant that the 5 victors still had hope to fight for the first place in the 9 Great Divine Academies, while the 5 losers had absolutely no chance. After all, to take first place in the assessment of the 9 Great Divine Academies, one must achieve total victory. They could only rely on their final assessment points to strive for a good ranking in the ultimate top 10. The first match was just the beginning. As the battle for the top 10 continued with mutual pairings, a total of 9 rounds would be conducted. 8 more rounds of competition remained. The competition continued. In the second match, Yi Chen faced off against the 8th-ranked true god of 9 tribulations. Of course, there was no surprise. Yi Chen eliminated this true god of 9 tribulations in just 3 moves. Moreover, these 3 moves, like his previous fight against Mo Yuan, were also because he wanted to see the true god's moves before using his killer technique. Otherwise, Yi Chen could have eliminated this true god of 9 tribulations in just 1 move. In the subsequent matches, Yi Chen's victories could simply be described as irresistible and unstoppable. Not a single person, not any opponent, could withstand more than 3 moves against Yi Chen. When the 9 rounds of matches in the top 10 duels ended at 8, Yi Chen had achieved 8 consecutive victories. Besides the last one, who was also Xuanning, who had likewise achieved 8 consecutive victories and had yet to face Yi Chen. The rest of the top 10 all lost to Yi Chen. Even Tianyu Bailing, like Mo Yuan, was defeated by Yi Chen within 3 moves. Powerful. Genuinely powerful. Everyone could see that Yi Chen and Xuanning were no longer on the same level as the other top 10. If it were any other 9 Divine Academies assessment, perhaps Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan, who could contest many higher-ranked god kings, would still have a chance for first place. But this time, everyone could see that Yi Chen and Xuanning's true fighting power was probably among the absolute pinnacle within the level of higher-ranked god kings. Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan were far from being their match. Perhaps only those transboundary god kings who can fight against Earth Divine Venerable across realms would have a chance to suppress Yi Chen and Xuanning. After the 8 matches concluded, Yi Chen swept through 8 people, claiming 8 consecutive victories. Xuanning similarly swept through 8 people, achieving 8 consecutive victories. Among the remaining contestants, the least successful were Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan, with Mo Yuan losing 2 matches, falling to both Yi Chen and Xuanning. Tianyu Bailing lost 1 more than Mo Yuan, having been defeated by Mo Yuan as well. The others had lost 4 rounds or even more. At this moment, the fighting spirit of Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan was completely crushed. They could have claimed it was an accident to lose to one person, but losing repeatedly to both Yi Chen and Xuanning made them realize that they were truly no match for these two. This, of course, left them utterly disheartened. But now, no one was paying attention to Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan, who had no hope of contending for first place anymore. All eyes were focused on Yi Chen and Xuanning. For, with the end of the 8 bouts, the last round of the ultimate ranking battle, and the match that would decide the first place of the 9 Divine Academies assessment, was about to begin, the 9th face-off. Yi Chen and Xuanning were set to engage in their final battle. Both were at 8 consecutive victories. Whoever won against the other would achieve 9 consecutive victories and take the truly first place in the 9 Divine Academies assessment. They would receive the exclusive, earth-shattering reward, Black Gold Card, and the supreme honor of being number 1. Chapter 758- Ice Flame, Black Armor, Purple Light. When Yi Chen and Xuanning stood together on the same battle arena, all eyes were focused on them. Even the other 4 arenas beside them, where the other 8 contenders with no hope of contending for the first place were having their last duels, had come to a halt. Their gazes were likewise concentrated on Yi Chen and Xuanning. Everyone wanted to know who between Yi-chun and Xuaningning would be the ultimate number one. Yi-chun. This time the first place winner among the 9 Divine Institutes will be awarded a black gold star card. I really want that card, so I will definitely do my best to secure the first place. Make sure you don't let your guard down, said Xuaningning on the platform, smiling at Yi-chun. Xuaningning, dressed in a snow-white divine robe with her hair flowing in the wind, was not as breathtakingly beautiful as Jiang Yao and Long Li, but she was quite attractive. Her graceful smile momentarily stunned many true gods who were watching her. Yi-chun, however, remained undisturbed in mind and spirit. Hearing Xuaningning's words, Yi-chun simply smiled and said, Taoist friend Xue, I likewise desire to be the first among the 9 Divine Institutes. Let us determine the winner through our contest. Boom! Both contenders boasted 8 consecutive victories and were powerful enough to vie for the first place of the 9 Divine Institutes. Both were top-tier prodigies. After a brief exchange before the battle, they stopped talking. The next moment, their astonishing divine powers burst forth. With her fair fingers forming a spell, Xuaningning's divine power surged out like a fearsome snow-white torrent, climbing to thousands of feet in height. The next moment, this divine power suddenly transformed, shooting out snow-white ice flames one after another. These ice flames burst incessantly within a 10,000-foot radius, looking like endless ice spears plummeting down a blaze. This was no ordinary snow-white ice flame. When they saw the terrifying ice flame technique unleashed by Xuaningning, many divine venerables outside watching the grand battle inhaled sharply in shock, exclaiming, Is this the ice god flame? The heaven-reaching divine art that is rumored to be among the top 3 at Divine Miao Peak. It's said that many upper god kings have difficulty even grasping the basics of this divine art. Yet Xuaningning at the true god realm has managed to comprehend it to such a degree. Rumor has it that if ice god flame is cultivated to great accomplishment, a sky full of ice flames can descend and obliterate an entire star continent with ease. Although Xuaningning has not perfected this heaven-reaching divine art, the ice flames bursting incessantly within 10,000 feet are more than likely unstoppable even for many upper god kings. Previously, Xuaningning did not use this move against Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan. Against Yi-chun, she suddenly resorted to such a fearsome heaven-reaching divine art. It seems she sees Yi-chun as a real opponent. These ice flames, created by the sovereign powers specifically for the assessments, won't be destroyed, but Yi-chun is only at the true god realm. I wonder how he will defend against them? Innumerable people turned their eyes towards Yi-chun, who was completely enveloped by falling ice flames, curious to see how he would defend. At that moment, Tianyu Bailing and Mo Yuan also showed shocked expressions in their eyes. Being descendants of sovereign powers, they had naturally practiced heaven-reaching divine arts. However, their strongest divine arts couldn't compare to Xuaningning's ice god flame. Xuaningning indeed has hidden methods. I couldn't withstand her previous techniques, and this one is even stronger. Now, I want to see how that Yi-chun will defend. Tianyu Bailing's gaze also turned towards Yi-chun. Although he had no hope of contending for the first place anymore, he cursed in his heart for Yi-chun to lose. He would rather have Xuaningning win first place than Yi-chun. After all, the fact that Yi-chun could be involved with the first goddess from the Supreme Divine Institute, Long Li, had made Tianyu Bailing extremely jealous of Yi-chun. However, the true battle was about showing one's own skills, not something that could be decided by cursing. Amidst countless attentive gazes, faced with the relentless onslaught of ice flames falling like a torrential downpour, Yi-chun's expression turned serious. The next moment, Yi-chun waved his sleeve, and the endless divine power, along with the miraculous star god power cultivated from the 4th chapter primordial chapter of the primordial star scripture, was released thunderously. Upon release, this divine power layered and spiraled around Yi-chun. At the same time, Yi-chun shot up into the void, and layers of black divine patterns began to shimmer across his body. These black divine patterns swiftly drew in all the divine power around Yi-chun's body, and then his whole being charged like a divine beast directly towards the rain of ice flames, rushing head-on into the onslaught. Virum, Seeing this scene, many divine venerables gasped. They knew the ferocity of the ice god flame, while the divine venerables could hope to resist it. For a true god or a god king to directly charge into its fury without dodging was simply unbearable. After all, these ice god flames could penetrate many star continents, and many of the true gods and god kings who lacked the insights of the divine venerables, also watching the battle between Yichun and Xuaningning, cried out in astonishment. Many feared that Yichun would be defeated in this assault, grievously wounded. However, in the next moment, whether it was those divine venerables or the god king's true gods, their voices of alarm came to an abrupt halt. Because they saw, it was as if a divine beast had charged into the dense and unending ice god flames shooting towards Yichun, getting struck directly by countless flames. However, all the ice god flames, upon touching the black divine patterns markings on Yichun's body, were repelled layer by layer. Yichun simply drew a straight line through the dense field of ice god flames, and not a single one could truly hurt him. Clearly, the defense of the black divine patterns markings on Yichun's body was superior to the attack of the ice god flame. The ice god flame could not harm Yichun at all. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Tianyu Bailing's eyes were so wide with shock they looked as if they were about to pop out. When he had previously lost to Xuaningning, her attacks weren't even as formidable as the ice god flame, and he couldn't defend against them. Now, Yichun had actually withstood this even more terrifying ice god flame. This, of course, left Tianyu Bailing in utter disbelief. Mo Yuan, who was beside him, was also tremendously shaken. There are only so many defensive divine body skills that true gods can cultivate, and even fewer that can withstand an attack like ice god flame. And those divine bodies, without exception, are extremely difficult to comprehend. Yichun, he actually managed to block ice god flame with his divine body. Could it be he has cultivated a divine body that is far more powerful than ice god flame? Mo Yuan carefully examined the black divine patterns markings on Yichun's body. As if he had thought of something, Mo Yuan exclaimed, "The undying divine body. It's the undying divine body. Moreover, it's at a very high level. At least he must have cultivated the undying divine body to the 5th volume to reach this extent." As Mo Yuan cried out in amazement, what he didn't know was that, as soon as Yichun had used this move, many sovereigns had already been deeply shocked. What was whispered in the hearts of these sovereigns was also the 4 words, undying divine body. In the divine kingdom, the famous undying divine body, rumored to be the most powerful divine body below divine venerables, was of course recognizable to the sovereigns. That Yichun had resisted Xuaningning's ice god flame attack was certainly due to the undying divine body. After leaving the Nine Suns' ancient land, during the few months that Yichun secluded himself in the East Territory King Mansion for cultivation, Heavenly Cloud Venerable had specifically gone to the East Territory King Mansion to bestow upon Yichun the later parts of the undying divine body and the 9 volumes of Formation Array. In the time that followed, Yichun thoroughly studied both the undying divine body and the 9 volumes of Formation Array, making great gains. In this examination of the 9 major god institutes, Yichun had yet to reveal his true undying divine body skills, because no one was worthy for him to use this technique. But now, facing the heaven-reaching divine art, Ice God Flame, from Divine Miao Peak, Yichun finally unleashed his powerful divine body skills. Boom! 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 As Yichun passed through the endless ice god flames, they couldn't harm him at all. And no matter how ceaselessly the flames burst forth, they couldn't stop Yichun's advance. The next moment, Yichun arrived at a place not far from Xuaningning. Simultaneously, with a grab in the void, a startling sound of sword cry instantly resounded through the void. In an instant, the entire void began to shake violently. As the heavens and earth moved dramatically, the whole void seemed about to collapse. This signaled the beginning of Yi Chen's counterattack. Now that Yi Chen had blocked Xuaningning's move, of course, he wouldn't passively take hits. He was bound to use his ultimate move to meet Xuaningning in battle. The move that caused the entire void to seem as if it would collapse, violently vibrating, was none other than Yi Chen's fourth sword of the 9 swords of annihilation, Qiankuan Shake. Upon seeing Yi Chen's attack, causing the whole world to seem twisted, many spectators outside the arena cried out, "It's that move again, the very one that Yi Chen used in the grand elimination match, which left countless true gods from Divine Dragon Mountain stunned in the void." Back then, with that move, Yi Chen kicked 100 true gods from Divine Dragon Mountain out of the elimination match, and now, he is using it against Xuanning again. Although they were unaware of the renown of Yi Chen's 9 swords of annihilation, the countless observers who had witnessed its might knew that this move was undoubtedly a heaven-reaching divine art beyond imagination, perhaps even stronger than Xuanning's Ice God Flame, heaven-reaching divine art. At this moment, the true gods of Divine Dragon Mountain, who had been kicked out of the first ancient battlefield in the first round of eliminations by Yi Chen, were reminded of the terrifying spectacle of being stunned into dizziness by this move, with their essence, chi, and spirit all shaken. Even though these true gods of Divine Dragon Mountain had already been eliminated and were outside, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, breaking out in cold sweat. Inside the examination area, amidst the void. At this juncture, when Xuanning saw that Yi Chen had evaded her Ice God Flame attack, a flash of brilliance crossed her eyes, and upon seeing Yi Chen also unleash his attack, she felt an inexplicable dizziness and shaking sensation sweeping over her entire body's essence, chi, and spirit, embedded within the vibration resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Xuanning's pretty face changed in an instant. She had an intuition that if she didn't use a countermeasure to resist the vibrations affecting her essence, chi, and spirit, the next moment she might lose her combat power. Without the luxury of further thought, Xuanningning immediately took out her strongest trump card. Her fair fingers pinched together, and a divinely marvelous purple light suddenly swept out from within her, then transformed into a 1,000-foot vast purple lotus light shadow, enveloping her whole person within the luminous shadow. Chapter 759 Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus. This enormous purple lotus light shadow, exuding a mysterious sense of solemnity, brought tranquility to the entire sky upon its appearance. Even the fourth sword of Yi Chen's 9 swords of annihilation, the Qiankuan Shake, which had shaken the whole world, dissipated into nothingness when approaching the giant purple lotus light shadow and couldn't get anywhere near it, let alone affect Xuanningning inside. Xuanningning had used her most powerful trump card and blocked all of Yi Chen's killer moves in one fell swoop. Upon seeing the mysterious and solemn purple lotus light shadow, the Qiankuan Shake unable to cause the slightest tremor, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and ceased his attacks. Yi Chen knew that this purple lotus light shadow might be an extraordinary divine object. Yi Chen did not recognize this purple lotus light shadow. However, as soon as Xuanningning activated this treasure, countless godlords and even many sovereigns present were shocked, and some even exclaimed, "Is that the heavenly decisive divine lotus? Could it be Elder Tianju's supreme, heavenly divine treasure from Divine Miao Peak? No, it can't be possible. Never mind supreme heavenly divine treasures. Even mysterious heavenly divine treasures can't be mobilized by those in the true God realm. But this appearance of the purple lotus light shadow is strikingly similar to the heavenly decisive divine lotus. It's just that its divine might seems weaker." These godlords and sovereigns raced to guess the true origin of the purple lotus light shadow that enveloped Xuanningning. And when the two most powerful beings present, the Northern Territory King and Sovereign Xuechen, saw the burst of purple light from Xuanningning transform into an immense purple lotus light shadow, their eyes instantly narrowed. However, after scrutinizing the purple lotus light shadow, the two sovereigns shook their heads again. No. This isn't Elder Tianju's supreme, heavenly divine treasure, heavenly decisive divine lotus. It's an accessory generated by the heavenly decisive divine lotus, likely a treasure created from a nascent supreme object. Even so, a treasure forged from a nascent supreme object is still incredibly precious. Its transformation into a genuine supreme object in the future is not impossible. This Xuanningning, to have such an item on her, must have an inexplicable connection with Elder Tianju from Divine Miao Peak's two upper god kings. At this thought, the two sovereigns looked towards Yi Chun, who had ceased his motions after seeing Xuaningning unleash the purple lotus light shadow. Yi Chen's combat power, for someone in the true god realm, is already unimaginable, and his defense from the immortal body technique is also unparalleled. Moreover, the defensive treasure he activated during the grand elimination round when he withstood the joint attack of 100 true gods from Divine Dragon Mountain must also be a treasure formed from a nascent supreme object. The two sovereigns thought of Yi Chen's Star Azure Divine Robe, and with their discernment, they could certainly see the grade of the Star Azure Divine Robe. Strong offensive power, equally strong defensive capability. It could have been said that Yi Chun was unbeatable in this competition of the 9 divine institutes. However, he surprisingly confronted Xuaningning. At this thought, the two sovereigns sighed inwardly. Although Xuaningning's attacks seem weaker than Yi Chen's, this defensive treasure born from the heavenly decisive divine lotus is also unparalleled in defense. Even if it's just a nascent supreme object that has not fully matured, it's likely that not even God King level attacks could penetrate it. If both sides cannot breach the other's defense, could it be that Yi Chun and Xuaningning will end in a draw? If it comes to a draw, and since Xuaningning has scored more assessment points previously, she will remain the top ranker, and Yi Chun can only be second. Is it destined that Yi Chun will fail this trial? The two sovereigns had once said that Yi Chun must fulfill their 3 demands. The first of these demands was to seize the true championship of the Divine College's assessment. Otherwise, he would be imprisoned for 10,000 years. Now, Yi Chun was at a deadlock with Xuaningning, a situation that even the two sovereigns had not anticipated. To break the stalemate, unless Yi Chun possesses a means surpassing God King level combat strength. Only then, Xuaningning's nascent supreme object forged divine lotus treasure would not be able to withstand. But Yi Chun is only a 9 tribulations true god. A 9 tribulations true god possessing upper god king combat strength is already an absolute genius. To have combat strength surpassing that of a god king, reaching godlord level, even the weakest earth godlord level, in the countless eons of the divine kingdom is a rarity. After all, the leap in realm and combat strength is too vast. Even though Yi Chun had already surprised the two sovereigns many times, they dared not imagine that he could have more strength, that he could still break through. As the two sovereigns sighed and even pondered how to give Yi Chun a chance afterward, countless others had noticed that Yi Chun's attacks simply couldn't penetrate Xuaningning's defense. At this moment, many were worried for Yi Chun, while others were excited enough to jump for joy. These people who harbored hatred against Yi Chun included the sect master of Divine Dragon Mountain and the top 2 god kings on the God King leaderboard, Yang Yun and Yang Yen. Through the sovereign next to them, Yang Yun and Yang Yen had already learned about the origins of Xuaningning's purple lotus light shadow technique. When they heard the powerful sovereign next to them admiring the purple lotus light shadow, Yang Yun and Yang Yen were even more eager to see Yi Chun fail. Good. Truly worthy of a true god from Divine Miao Peak. Certainly impressive. Haha. Neither Tianyu Bailing nor Meyuan could stop Yi Chun. If Xuaningning stops Yi Chun, that's fine too. As long as Yi Chun doesn't take first place, he will die a very ugly death. The sect master of Divine Dragon Mountain, Qin Yun Tian, had a gleam in his eye as he recognized that the treasure Xuaningning was using was forged in the form of a prototype of a supreme heavenly divine treasure. This treasure cannot be breached by any attacks below the level of a god sovereign. I want to see how Yi Chun can launch an attack of that caliber. That Yi Chun does possess a powerful offensive divine artifact that can break through defenses, the blue extreme ice flame, which he used to kill Fenger. However, I've heard that Yi Chun cannot control the blue extreme ice flame, and if he uses it, he will definitely suffer a backlash. And now, in the midst of battle, as long as Xuaningning can withstand it for a moment, even 2 great sovereigns will find it difficult to intervene and help Yi Chun. After all, Xuaningning possessing this treasure probably has a lot to do with Elder Tianju. Elder Tianju herself is a 9-star sovereign, and she will not sit idly by and let the contest of divine Miao Peak's successor be interfered with by two great sovereigns. Even if Yi Chun wins in the end, the backlash he suffers during the battle will definitely make his plight visible to countless people and cause him great embarrassment. And if he doesn't use the blue extreme ice flame, he won't be able to achieve the true first place in the assessment of the 9 great divine institutes, and he will be imprisoned for 10,000 years. The 3 demands made by the 2 great sovereigns had already spread throughout the divine kingdom. If they go back on their word, although no one would dare to openly criticize, their prestige would definitely suffer a big hit. I am curious to see how Yi Chun will break out of this dilemma, Qin Yuntian thought, and for the first time in a long while he revealed a smile. Ever since 100 true gods from Divine Dragon Mountain were expelled from the assessment by Yi Chun, he had been wearing a cold face for a long time. Only now, seeing Yi Chun with no countermeasures available, did he let out a cold laugh again. In the assessment area, on the ground below the 5 great battle platforms, the little provincial princess stood among the crowd of assessors. Seeing the astonishing purple lotus light shadow aura around Xuaningning, and noticing that Yi Chun had stopped his attack, her little face was filled with worry. "Brother Yi Chun, you must win." The little provincial princess clenched her fists tightly. Meanwhile, the other 9 true god maidens of divine Miao Peak were also holding their breath. They had not anticipated that their sister Ningning would fight Yi Chun to such an extent. When Yi Chun blocked Xuaningning's ice god flame, they were shocked by Yi Chun's strength. They knew then that Xuaningning would probably have to use her trump card. And when they saw that Xuaningning indeed used her trump card, their excitement was mixed with pity for Yi Chun. As true gods of divine Miao Peak, they certainly knew how powerful that purple lotus light shadow aura surrounding Xuaningning was. That was a divine artifact bestowed by their 9-star sovereign of divine Miao Peak. Sister Ningning is impressive, and Yi Chun is impressive too. It's a pity only one of them can achieve the true first place. From the looks of it, if neither defeats the other, they might end up tied for first place. Tied for first, including the previous assessment points, Sister Ningning is definitely going to surpass Yi Chun. If Yi Chun fails, I heard he will be imprisoned for 10,000 years by the 2 great sovereigns. It would be terrible if someone so powerful were to be imprisoned for 10,000 years. But Sister Ningning can't possibly let Yi Chun win. Not to mention the pride of a warrior that would prevent Sister Ningning from doing so. Our rules at Divine Miao Peak would absolutely not allow Sister Ningning to do that. A warrior's contest is about using one's true abilities. That is the respect due to each other. The 2 little lowly sisters from Divine Miao Peak were frowning with worry for Yi Chun at this moment. The assessment area was filled with discussions both inside and outside. Above the void heaven, Yi Chun and Xuaningning were at a standoff for a good 10 breaths time. After those 10 breaths, amidst the engulfing aura of the massive purple lotus light shadow, Xuaningning called out to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, I admire your strength. However, my sect has demands, and I cannot relax in the slightest during combat. So, even if we end up in a draw in this battle, I will fight with all my might. This Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus is already my strongest move. Whether you can defeat me depends on if you can break through this Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus. Make your move, Yi Chun. Either make your move, or we end this battle right now." Xuaningning's voice resonated throughout the empty space. Chapter 760 Defeat. Whoosh! Xuaningning's words drew everyone's attention to Yi Chun. Everyone wanted to see what choice Yi Chun would make. Would he give up the fight, or did he have some other tactic to make a last stand? At that moment, after staring at the 1,000-foot-tall purple lotus light shadow around Xuaningning for several breaths and hearing her words, Yi Chun clenched his fist fiercely. "I must win this battle. I cannot fall at the last hurdle in the contest for the top position among the 9 great god institutes. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that move. And if that fails, I must risk backlash and use the blue extreme ice flame." After his mind and spirit turned as quick as lightning, the next moment, Yi Chun's figure shot up to the polar heaven. Above in the polar heaven, Yi Chun suddenly closed his eyes. Even the tight grip of his fists and his solemn expression relaxed, and he entered an indescribable state. Just as Yi Chun seemed to be relaxing, the whole world suddenly started to whip up gusts of black wind blade swords. At first, there were only dozens of these black wind blade swords, circulating around Yi Chun's body. But as time passed, these black wind blade swords grew in number, becoming hundreds, then thousands, and eventually tens of thousands, and they were still multiplying. Furthermore, the area engulfed by the black wind blade swords expanded from around Yi Chun and began to spread across the whole world. Upon seeing this scene, everyone knew that Yi Chun had started to use a completely new offensive method. What kind of attack is this? It feels like the power of this attack is still not enough, though. While the number of those black wind blade swords is increasing, their divine might still can't compare to that previous earth-shaking move of his. With this kind of attack, there's no way he can break through Xuanningning's Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus defense. What is Yi Chun doing? Countless observers, after taking in the changes in the world brought about by Yi Chun's new move, expressed their surprise. Some also said, "This new attack seems to still be charging up. Look down. Maybe there's a new change coming." Shortly after this person spoke, Yi Chun, who had been closing his eyes in the sky, suddenly opened them. And then everyone saw that from within Yi Chun, a flood of divine power like a great river surged out, pouring into the countless black wind blade swords. The moment Yi Chun's divine power infused the black wind blade swords, their divine might suddenly increased tremendously, to the point where the void itself began to burst apart. This new move seems to have a crazy ability to absorb divine power. The great amount of divine power surging from within Yi Chun has all been absorbed by these black wind blade swords. However, the power of these black wind blade swords is still not enough. It doesn't seem to be on the level required to break the Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus. If Yi Chun doesn't have much divine power left inside of him, I'm afraid that even draining all his divine power won't be enough to elevate the might of these black wind blade swords to a sufficiently powerful level. Many people guessed the nature of Yi Chun's new attack based on his actions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the divine power inside Yi Chun continued to flow into the countless black wind blade swords like a mighty river gone wild. It seemed endless, with no signs of slowing or stopping. After a few breaths, the amount of divine power Yi Chun had channeled into the black wind blade swords far exceeded the divine power inside many of the true gods undergoing 9 tribulations on the battlefield, by more than tenfold, and it didn't seem to be drying up. This spectacle left many of the true gods who were watching Yi Chun's and Xuanningning's fierce battle utterly astonished. How vast is Yi Chun's divine power? Heavens, he's also a true god undergoing 9 tribulations, just like me. Yet his divine power is many times more than mine. It seems that each of his heavenly tribulations, like the 9th heavenly tribulation he endured in the previous assessment, is incredibly high level, absorbing heavenly and earthly divine power to an unimaginable degree. Otherwise, his divine power couldn't possibly be so vast. By the time Yi Chun had gathered his killing move for 10 breaths, the amount of divine power that had surged from within him was even more than that possessed by many lower god kings. At that moment, the number of black wind blade swords in the heavens and the earth had skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands. The black wind blade swords kept getting smaller, but their divine might grew stronger and stronger. The divine might of these black wind blade swords was now probably more than enough to effortlessly kill many middle god kings. But it was still not enough. Yi Chun seems to be unleashing a move that he hasn't fully mastered yet. He probably isn't even clear on the limits of this move. It's completely uncertain whether he can fully execute it. Many sovereigns outside the battlefield grew serious as they watched Yi Chun's move. They too were unsure whether Yi Chun could unleash a move that surpassed its limits. In the midst of the purple lotus light shadow, Xuanning, seeing the increasingly powerful killing force Yi Chun was gathering, narrowed her eyes with rising excitement. My attacks can no longer break Yi Chun's defense. Previously, Yi Chun couldn't break my defense either. Now, it all depends on whether Yi Chen's new move can breach my defenses. If he can even break through my Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus, then I will be convinced by my defeat in his hands. Xuanning didn't retract the Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus at all. Given the limited space for battle, Xuanning certainly wouldn't think of fleeing. This was a battle of competition, and she intended to rely on this powerful technique to fight Yi Chen to the end. Xuanning simply waited for Yi Chen's final attack. If this last move was still not powerful enough, then she would be the victor. If this move broke through the Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus, then Xuanning was willing to accept the outcome of Yi Chen's victory. But just how potent could this attack be? No one knew. While all eyes were on Yi Chen, a sudden pause in the immense divine power inside his body caused an uproar throughout the heavens and earth. Ah! Could it be that Yi Chen has exhausted his divine power? But, with the divine power dispersed among so many black wind blade swords, the divine might is still not enough. Before the cries of surprise had died down, everyone saw an even more dazzling divine power light burst forth from Yi Chen. This new divine power light was indeed the glow of the star god power cultivated from the primordial chapter of the primordial star scripture, stronger than true god divine power. Boom! 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 The moment this star god power light erupted from Yi Chen, all the black wind blade swords suddenly shot out blindingly bright stellar hues. It was as if innumerable tiny star swords were twinkling throughout the entire heavens and earth centered around Yi Chen. When Yi Chen's body emitted more stellar power than the previously unleashed true god divine power, many of the divine venerables and even sovereigns present were astonished. Yi Chen actually cultivates a special divine power. This special divine power looks even stronger than true god divine power. This must be a special divine power cultivated from an extraordinary divine art. Perhaps Yi Chen really does have a chance to unleash an incredible move. In the midst of these shocked exclamations, Yi Chen, who had been channeling divine power, moved again. Yi Chen fiercely clenched a spell with his hands, and 99% of the star god power churning within the stellar vortex within him flowed out, all of it pouring into the black wind blade swords outside. He left only a tiny portion inside, just enough for Yi Chen to launch the attack. In the next moment, the crimson fire, Yi Chen's life-bound flying sword from the Sword Palace acupoint on his forehead, flew out directly. Crimson fire flying sword. It's up to you now. Yi Chen watched his life-bound flying sword, his eyes shining with brilliance. The next moment, the crimson fire flying sword hovered in front of Yi Chen, rotating continuously, while the black wind blade swords around him, which had been growing increasingly powerful, frenziedly surged into the crimson fire. Yi Chen wasn't planning to use the black wind blade swords to attack Xuanning. He intended to infuse all the black wind blade swords, with their ever-increasing divine might, into the crimson fire flying sword. This infusion was completed in the blink of an eye. Then, everyone saw that the crimson fire flying sword in front of Yi Chen had absorbed the divine might of countless black wind blade swords emitting stellar light, and the entire sword sparkled with a blazingly magnificent stellar radiance. And in the next moment, the crimson fire flying sword, carrying a momentum that seemed to annihilate everything, blasted toward the colossal purple lotus light shadow surrounding Xuanning. Watching his attack, which condensed all of his true god divine power and stellar power, Yi Chen's expression remained neither sad nor joyful. This move is the fifth sword of the 9 swords of annihilation that I've cultivated, Great Annihilation Killing Sword. Regrettably, I haven't completely mastered this fifth move to perfection, and can't bring out the full divine might of a billion divine swords breaking and killing together. However, I have a special aspect that no other true gods possess, stellar power. Stellar power, true god divine power, along with my superb heaven-reaching divine artifact, the crimson fire flying sword. All my powers combined, even if I can't exert the strongest killing force of the 9 swords of annihilation, I might still be able to contend against Xuanningning's Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus. Whether or not I can break her technique, it all comes down to this sword. Yichen watched as the crimson fire flying sword, unstoppable in its momentum, smashed into the heavenly Decree 9 transformation lotus, awaiting the final outcome. What Yichen didn't know was that as he had just channeled all his strength into the crimson fire, flying sword for this most powerful strike at the heavenly Decree 9 transformation lotus, all sovereigns outside the arena were completely shaken. This level of combat power, its divine venerable level combat power? Just as this thought flashed through the minds of the sovereigns, the tip of the crimson fire, flying sword collided fiercely with the purple lotus light shadow of the heavenly Decree 9 transformation lotus. Then, everyone saw that the heavenly Decree 9 transformation lotus, which seemed capable of blocking all God-King level attacks, emitted a crack, crack, crack sound of fissures forming. And then, in the next moment, the entire colossal purple lotus light shadow simply shattered. Following that, even Xuanning within the purple lotus light shadow found herself unable to dodge in time and was directly eliminated from the battle, protected by her body-protecting talisman. Eliminated from the battle? This clearly indicated that Xuanning had lost the match. Even though Xuanning had sacrificed a defensive treasure forged from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object, the final result was still Yichen victorious, Xuanning defeated.